Hey everybody, I'm back again. Yeah. So what ended up fucking happening was my other live stream just fucking froze. It fucking froze up and I wasn't able to connect it again. So now this is a new live stream covering some of the stuff we sort of were talking about. But now this is a reloaded video of the 4-hour article discussion. And it's going to have all different stuff from our friend Marvel Insider and Screen Rant and CBR and probably some more. Okay, so again, I'm sorry I had to delete the other live stream. It's just it fucking froze up on me. Fucking goddamn fucking Wi Fi. Fuck the Wi Fi. Fuck the Wi Fi. So yeah, like I said, that's what happened with the other live stream. Why I had to delete it. So then we're gonna just keep going back to what we were doing before fucking Wi-Fi wasn't working. Okay, so now we're going back to Marvel Insider and finish whatever we started. Well, we weren't really fucking doing anything, but we're going back and we're doing the next activity we can, or whatever activity there is. Alright, so again, we already know I have to log back in. Yeah, I fucking know I have to log in. Dumbass. Okay, so I'm still a level elite. I'm 30,600 additional points to maintain this level and 22,009 redeemable points. Okay, last time I was on was just a fucking few hours ago. But again, the fucking Wi-Fi, the goddamn motherfucking Wi-Fi had fucking messed up my other live stream, so I had to fucking delete it, and now I have to do this new one again. So, God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. But we're just gonna keep going. Okay. So, yeah, I ate my dinner. It was stuffed shells. They're freaking good. Again, like I said, now we're going back to more content. So now Jonathan Hickman and this other artist have introduced the Moon Knight of the future. Yes, there's a new story that's coming out in April with Moon Knight called The Black, White, and Gold. The Black, White, and Blood. I fucking said black, white, and gold. It's black, white, and blood. Black, white, and blood, number one. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay, so last month Marvel announced its hard hit series, Tales Told a Limited Palette of Black, White, and Red. Again, Moon Knights also have black, white, blood. Okay, you get the feel, you get the feels. Okay, again, it goes on sale in April. Yeah, April. April 13th. Fucking pick it up that day. Ask your comic book store. They'll probably fucking hook you up. And like I said, that's whatever. Okay, let's keep fucking going. Let's keep fucking going because I lost all my shit from the other video. So now I have to restart and freaking do all this stuff and play catch up. God fucking damn it. Okay, so we're gonna just keep going. Okay. So, you can now get a free comic book day on Free Comic Book Day where you can get Spidey and His Amazing Friends. Yeah, based on the Disney Junior series. Yeah, if you watch the Disney Junior Spidey and His Amazing Friends, good news is there's a new comic book coming out for them on Free Comic Book Day. Okay, there's nothing much to say there. So let's just keep going. Okay. Alright. Alright. Now I know I sound like a raving lunatic, but again, I'm trying to freaking catch up to where the fuck I was at before the fucking internet, fucking Wi-Fi fucking messed up my live stream. So now I'm doing this new live stream, just so you guys are aware. I am trying to go back on a fucking rebound. Okay, complete history of Wolverine, the Wandering Years. Basically, this is part 2. Match Rapport Days. Returning to Canada. Drifting Apart. Match Rapport Bound. The Ways of the Samurai, Spanish Civil Wars, Preparing for Another War. Yeah, that's what's going on. That's in part 2 of The Life of Wolverine. Okay, keep fucking going. Yes, let's keep fucking going. Because this is fucking important. Because I gotta entertain y'all with the comic book universe. Okay, let's keep going. I'm still fucking pissed off that I had to fucking abandon my other live stream just because I have to make this fucking new one. Okay, so like I said, it's whatever. The final saga of Doctor Strange. The death of Doctor Strange. Okay, you can read all the Death of Doctor Strange books from the very first one to the other Death of Doctor Strange books. Again, they also tie in with other characters as well, such as Blade and Spider-Man, and there's also some series that took place in 2022. Okay, that's what's fucking going on with Doctor Strange. There is a new storyline that's in the universe right now called The Death of Doctor Strange. If you're familiar with it, please leave a comment below. Otherwise, if you don't know, just listen to me, because I'm fucking telling you. Okay, so, again, let's keep this going. Keep this going. Okay. Now, the Wolverine, Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, and the Hulk returning as the new Fantastic Four. Yep, they return again in May. Yes, May 2022. The more specific date is the 25th of May. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Alright, so I'm still fucking mad that I had to get rid of my other live stream because my fucking Wi-Fi. So again, I'm just keep going. Alright. We're pretty much knocking out all the shit there is I can do on this website. The Marvel Insider. Okay. Cocoa. You can visit Cocoa, going behind the scenes of Marvel. Okay. You can watch a trailer. Well, I'm not gonna fucking watch the trailer because I already fucking know what Cocoa is. So, if you don't know what Cocoa is, ask someone. Because I'm not telling you. It's for you to fucking find out. Plus, I've already fucking talked about it a fucking million times already on other videos. So those who actually fucking pay attention would know what I'm talking about. Okay. So let's keep going. Alright. God mother fucking damn it. It wouldn't fucking let me collect the damn points. God fucking damn it. Okay, more Wolverine. Animal the X-Men. I already fucking did this shit already. Dawn of X, first appearance, Wolverine X-Men, Alpha Flight, Wolverine Alone, Mystique, Cyclops, Jean Grey School, Death of Wolverine, and Wolverine in Japan, The Avenging Wolverine, Sabretooth. Yeah, that's all the shit you can follow if you want to know more about Wolverine. Let's keep going. I'm getting really fucking pissed off right now. As you probably didn't fucking realize, I am really fucking pissed off right now. I had to freaking restart my freaking live stream. All because the goddamn motherfucking Wi-Fi. God fuck. So yeah. I'm just really aggravated. So. Okay. So that's what's fucking going on. Yeah, that's what's fucking going on. We check out the comic books and then do something else. Comic books this week. You want to know what the books were this week? Ghost Rider, Carnage, Ben Reilly, Spider-Man, Silver Surfer Rebirth, Elektra, Black White Blood, Silk, Villains for Hire, X-Death, Wolverine, Miss Marvel, Luke Cage, City of Fire, Phoenix Song, Echo, The Shang-Chi, Iron Man, Miles Morales, Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man, Iron Fist, Marvel Voices, Superior 4, King Conan, X-Wise Wolverine, Hulk, Dark Ages, Venom, X-Men 8, Black Widow, Strange Academy 4, Captain Marvel, Fantastic Four, Amazing Spider-Man again. So those are the books you can follow, or the characters you can follow this week for comic books. Okay. I've just about fucking had it with myself now with Marvel Insider. I'm probably not even gonna fucking go back to Marvel Insider for another 7 days or something till I'm gonna fucking take a 7-day fucking break, and hopefully when I maintain my composure, I'll try and get some more if they fucking update it. That's if they fucking update it. I don't know if they will, but they would, or they should. But, that's whatever. Screen rants. Yeah, screen rant. Okay, we're going to screen rant. Okay, you want to know more about screen rant, right? Right. Superman and Lois, the biggest Smallville difference, is secretly perfect. Alright, everyone. Superman and Lois, the show of the Man of Steel, raises his family in Smallville. The show has even ran a concept of the Smallville itself. You want to know more? I tell you. 10 hours ago. Superman and Lois has a difference from Smallville that works to that show advantage. Season 1 had wrapped Season 2 full swing. Superman and Lois continues to follow the Tyrell Hawkwind Man of Steel. He balances his life as a superhero husband and a father. Season 2 sees Clark Kent face his new foe, the doppelganger we know, Bizarro, also played by Hawkwind. Again, Superman Lois' second Superman-centric CW series, since Smallville. Again, runs from 2001 to 2011. We know Smallville focused on Clark Kent. We know Tom Welling, who is a young man who is years before his transformation to Superman. Smallville began his teenage years following him and his friends through adulthood. Characteristic of this was Superman Lois had flipped it. Okay. Arrowverse has confirmed why Superman belongs to Smallville and not Metropolis. We're not fucking talking about it, so let's just fucking keep going. Clark Kent has been Superman for 20 years during the events of Superman and Lois. Smallville is all about his gradual journey to become the Man of Steel. Superman and Lois takes the opposite approach. It does a lot more than simply flip it. Again, both shows are generally age neutral to the audience. They tilt slightly towards different demographic as the way echoes one to another. Clark in high school, Smallville High, yada yada yada. You should have fucking watched the damn series by now. If you didn't, go back and fucking watch it, then come back to me later. Okay, Smallville started with lean towards adolescency, and Clark's story continued, telling him some stories from Smallville. Maker of the show is aware that series is aging audience of teenager viewers. 20 years after this, Smallville, we know that you had Superman Lois. Picks up the ball and ran with it. Okay. You already fucking know. So you should fucking know. Superman Lois is on Clark and Lois raising teenage kids. We know Jordan and Jonathan. Again, they struggle with Kryptonian power. Again, demonstrates Superman Lois, generally age neutral. They slightly in direction of married couple of parents. Again, not a continuation of Smallville. Superman and Lois almost tailor-made the young audience, who made it popular. Grown up, start a family, and again, in effect, spit out 2 kids. Again, generations of Superman fans go into stories and dives in, starting with the opposite points of Superman's life. Okay, 10 season runs of Smallville, we already know. Now, must rightly cherish Superman. We know, of course. Tom Welling was a good portrayal of Clark Kent. Smallville is lasting over everything else. Tyler Hoechlin is an occasional Arrowverse star. We know he settles on his own with Superman Lois as a hero. We know Welland and Hoechlin, both their Clark Kents, would even come face to face in the multiverse. We know the Crisis of Infinite Earth. Welland's Clark has retired. Again, Superman has started his family of his own. Respective adventures of Smallville and Superman Lois coincide from different places. Again, therefore, Welland and Hoechlin's Superman face many similar challenges. Again, in that case, Superman Lois is decision-wise is to lean slightly more toward adults, while also Smallville is more toward the teenagers. Not the only Smallville parallels between them. Okay, so that's what's going on between the connection, a difference between Superman and Lois and Smallville. In case you want to know what the fucking difference was, I just fucking told you. So let's keep going. Alright. Okay, you want to know more about Doctor Strange? I'll let you know. 7 hours ago, there is some news on Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange 2 set up opportunities for Ultron to return. Yes, Ultron. Yeah. Doctor Strange the Multiverse of Madness has suggested that Ultron is returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe from the future. Here are ways he can do it. Okay. Trailers from the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness set up different ways Ultron could return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe after his apparent death from Age of Ultron. Now, Marvel Cinematic Universe fans expect a number of surprise appearances from Multiverse of Madness. Concepts of the multiverse technically allow any character wanted dead, alive, or non-existent in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Therefore, to appear in the forms of variants, we know Captain Carter and Professor X and other characters are more likely to appear than others. Again, some characters in the Marvel Universe have already returned and have been teased as Ultron. The Sentries are shown escorting Doctor Strange toward his judgment. Yes, because Doctor Strange is put on trial. Yes, he's put on trial. Again, puts him up with Ultron, one of the most powerful villains and limited to a single body. The rogue AI we know is Ultron transferred his consciousness from the Sentry to the internet to do almost anything and anything he fucking wants. Again, the Age of Ultron has established the Ultron perished when Vision had destroyed his last Sentry. Again, the nature of Visibility's supposed death remained questionable, although it's almost been a universe decade since Ultron was defeated in the Marvel Universe. Therefore, there are no signs of his return yet, but it can make some change after the Multiverse of Madness, paving out the way for Ultron to return in a lot of different ways. Related to this article, Doctor Strange 2 could set up another major X-Men location from the universe. We're not talking about that, we're talking about something else. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness can introduce or reintroduce any character it damn well wants. Anyway, so however, Ultron has more chance to return than anyone. In fact, the robot himself has opportunities to return in Phase 4. There are some ways he comes back, but again, fans have to wait and see what happens. Successful Ultron program does exist in the multiverse. Okay, after release of Multiverse of Madness Super Bowl trailer, we know that the easy way for Ultron to return, the multiverse variant we know from the Marvel What If series. Again, Ultron Sentries, shown from trailers from the Iron Legion, again, were the battles of the Age of Ultron. The possible multiverse, Tony Stark, likely to be superior Iron Man, succeeds from creating the Ultron program. Protected not the world, but only the patrol of the multiverse. Therefore, his fate can be inescapable across all reality. The benevolent Ultron program could go rogue after Scarlet Witch comes back. Now, second trailers tease the battle between Wanda and the Illuminati. Again, Doctor Strange and some others are possibly escaping while Ultron robots try to stop the villain we know, Scarlet Witch. Because we know Scarlet Witch is going to be a villain. At least you should fucking know that. If you don't pay attention enough. Again, surviving Ultron sentries can find their way to the Marvel Universe. We know the artificial intelligence is uprising, just like the Age of Ultron has titled the Iron Legion sentries from the birth of his villain from his robot army. Alternatively, the surviving Ultron sentry could simply find Ultron's backup and also reawake him. Supreme Strange teased the return of Multiverse Ultron. We already know. Again, possible return for the Ultron has also teased the trailer of the Multiverse of Madness. We know the appearance of Supreme Strange. Yes, from the series What If. Killmonger and Ultron have been interrupted as the Supreme Strange vowed to watch over them forever. The Supreme Strange has to feel and free in multiverse of disarray. Therefore, the multiverse Ultron and Killmonger can be anywhere at any point in time, fucking trying to conquer other realities. So we laid this article. Doctor Strange 2 trailers have avoided the movie Great Mystery. Again, we're not fucking talking about that, we're talking about something else. The Ultron, however, is extremely different as Age of Ultron, given that universe has successfully transferred the conscious of Vision's body from What If. We know Ultron's more powerful, even without the stones. Besides that, we know Black Widow was affected by Ultron, and we know Arnim Zola also had a virus. Again, Return of the Supreme Strange from the Multiverse of Madness means that the live action What If Ultron could arrive in the Marvel Universe. It is possible he won't be wielding an Infinity Stone. Therefore, it's possible they are taken from him by the version of Killmonger who is trapped with fallen events of the What If. There is a combination of Ultron, Vision, and Arnim Zola, which can make him an exciting triple threat. Alright. Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness could lead to a real-life Age of Ultron. Okay. We know the appearance of Ultron Sentry from the trailers we see from Multiverse of Madness could lead to more direct versions of the Ultron return. Instead of involving the Infinity Stone wield combo of Vision and Arnim Zola, they bring an Iron Legion designed by the multiverse. We know the superior Iron Man. Multiverse Madness could also visit this again with the universe explored from What If Episode 8. Therefore, Ultron successfully took over the world, and the live action adaptation of this world can destroy reality as we know it with the honors of the original books. Now, Ultron's reign is truly apocalyptic and is not a one-off event from the Infinity Saga. After all, the Multiverse of Madness introduced What If. We know Marvel Zombies is live action, and we also know there's an obstacle for the Dark Age of Ultron. We know reinvention of the absence from Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, and ScarJo. We know who have individually tried the Avengers War against Ultron. Nonetheless, the full-length movie or series is set to the universe where Ultron has won, and it could be possible because Doctor Strange has broke the multiverse open. Where Ultron could appear in the Phase 4. Okay, apart from the hypothetical reinvention of Ultron, we know that Ultron could reappear in a number of films or shows. Multiverse of Madness has also allowed Kang the Conqueror. We know the time travel ability to join forces with Ultron from the Ant-Man and Wasp 3, the Quantumania. Again, we know Hank Pym, the Ultron's original creator from comics, interacted with the villain Ironheart and Armor Wars to add extra layers to Iron Man Legacy from these returns of Ultron. Also has to force Riri Williams and War Machine to deal with Tony Stark's dangerous creation. Finally, the Young Avengers movies or shows can also help team the heroes prove themselves by facing Ultron. This would give Ultron another shot from leaving a definitive mark on the universe. Okay, everybody, so let me know your thoughts about that, how Doctor Strange 2 sets up opportunity for the Ultron to come back to the Marvel Universe. Again, guys, I really want to know your thoughts about Ultron. It's really important because he is supposed to come back in some way or another. We just got to figure out how the hell he is going to come back. But I had just explained some ideas or some theories on how he might come back. We don't know. Again, you have to see Doctor Strange to find that out. Again, the time check right now is almost 26 minutes. We're almost 26 minutes in this. Okay, the comic books say the X-Men war with the Eternals is bringing back the Destiny Diaries. The Destiny Diaries is a part of the X-Men history of the 2000s. This plays the role of the X-Men's war with the Eternals with the Avengers. Again, there's this huge big ass war again from the 2000s that has X-Men with the war of Eternals and Avengers 7 minutes ago. X-Men upcoming war with both the Eternals and Avengers have reintroduced the forgotten plot points from the Destiny Diaries. Dropped from bombshells again for Marvel fans, a sneak peeks of the ongoing X-Men's titles this summer. We know Marvel is touting around these upcoming titles of the Brandon of Destiny of X. This is the stage for Chiron, Gillen, and Valerio Shitty upcoming Judgment Day. This will be an event of X-Men in conflict with both the Eternals and the Avengers. Destiny of X is reportedly setting up and tying together plot threads with three franchises through this massive big ass event, which is supposed to be this summer in May. Release of the Immortal X-Men 3 by Chiron, Gillen, and like again we said, Lucas Werneck. Again, he's another artist though. But in a post, Marvel revealed that Gillen will also be the reliving and reviving the long abandoned X-Men plotlines, the Destiny's Diaries we see from the Immortal X-Men number 3. Now, if you remember the Immortal X-Men number 3, then you are good. But if you don't, then I'm telling you about it. Okay, the latest article, the one power King the Conqueror can't use to finally beat his name. Okay, we're not talking about that, we're talking about something else. Destiny's Diaries is central part to the 90s and 2000s X-Men. We know this if you were born back then. Again, if you were born in the 90s or 2000s, you probably already might be familiar with Destiny Diaries from the X-Men books. Again, this first referenced X-Men 94 by Alan Davis and Terry Calvino. Later became the focus of the Chris Claremont Salvador Larroca's Extreme X-Men. Diaries are more written in depth than 100 years ago by Irene Adler, a blind mutant Procogan Destinies from the paramours of Mystique. We know Mystique is somewhere in the universe as well. We don't know where, but she's somewhere. Again, she can alter shape to anyone. Destiny has wrote down her vision from the future events of befall the mutant kind of 12 volumes. Obvious reason, though, the volumes became desperately sought after. The mutant hero we knew, Storm, has formed the Extreme X-Men. Seek out those books and keep them from falling in the wrong hand. We know the inability of the prophecies that the Destiny's Diaries has wrote again were disputed, accurately predicting the major events of the X-Men history, such as the Scarlet Witch action from House of M. And the Saga of Diaries also concludes the end of the 2007 run of the X-Men number 203, where we see Gambit burn the books and keep them from the villain we know, Mr. Sinister. However, this is also revealed in 2021 that in the pages of X-Men number 20, we know Jonathan Hickman and Francesco Morbilia have diaries have somehow connected rescued Gambit's arson and have now formed the nation of Krakoa in possessions of resurrected mutant we know Moira McTaggart. Okay, so again, let me know your fucking thoughts about this. Really fucking important. It's interesting to not know that again, surprisingly enough, the Kieran Gillen will see and seek out to revive and relive the plot points of the Destiny's Diaries. The Destiny has returned as prominent characters from the X-Men titles. The future of Krakoa is in the mist. Again, we know the driving narrative forces across all the X-Men books of the last few years interestingly tie this in. Over 100 years ago, Irene Adler wrote 12 books, sequels long overdue. Seemed that the Immortal X-Men 3 will see the destiny, both the 13th volume of their prediction. Therefore, the perhaps directly related to the fates of Krakoa. In that case, they know control over the volume, the catalytic events, bringing mutants to conflicts with the Eternals and Avengers. Knowledge is power, and knowledge is future. Power of Marvel heroes could resist. Okay. Whatever this cause was, the X-Men's war with the Eternals and Avengers, readers have to be sure to follow Immortal X-Men free to see the follow-up of the Destiny Diaries coming back into play this summer, again in May. The X-Men lore and X-Men history will help shape up the future of their characters. Again, let me know your thoughts about that. If you know anything about the Destiny's Diaries, please let me know. It's really, really fucking important that you guys connect. Because, again, it's really important. So, we're going to keep going. Yes, we're going to keep going. There is a lot of stuff. Gotta drink. Alright. So we know. Okay. Bucky's Captain America death has meant to have a bigger Winter Soldier teasing. Again, Sebastian Stan has original plans for the Captain America First Avenger to include a bigger teasing for the Winter Soldier. A couple of minutes ago. Sebastian Stan has revealed his Bucky death from the first Avenger. We know this has originally meant the biggest Winter Soldier teasing. 3 years after Robert Downey Jr. became the head, we know kickstart the Marvel Universe we know today. Captain America had his own story. We know that movie as well, introducing Chris Evans, again as Steve Rogers, and best friend Bucky Barnes, played by Sebastian Stan. That we already know. Movies remove shocking moments. Barnes had fell from a mountainside train, has seemingly to his death. This seems that Barnes is well and true dead, but his character returned in the Winter Soldier. He'd been brainwashed by Hydra, wearing a cybernetic arm. Barnes is eventually regained his memory, and despite causing a rift between Tony Stark and Steve Rogers in the Civil War, eventually becomes an Avenger to help defeat Thanos in Infinity War and Endgame. The character most recently appeared in Disney Plus series Falcon and the Soldier, opposite from his buddy Anthony Mackie. Why Bucky feels pain in robotic Winter Soldier arm. We're not talking about that, we're talking about something else. In parts of New Careers, retrospectives from Vanity Fair, which is like a fucking news site, we know Sebastian Stan said that again, Bucky's death from Captain America Winter Soldier is original and is meant to include bigger teasing for his evolution to the Winter Soldier. He explained that he has always known Bucky would fall from that train and was supposed to film the green sleeve on his arm. We know that because if you read the comics, you would fucking already know that even before you freaking watch the movie. Again, you should, but if you don't, you're stupid. Again, hinting the audiences would get the character missing his arm. Again, we know he gets the cybernetic arm later. We know that. Again, you can check out his comments below. We know from the end of the story when we fell off the train, he was given a sleeve. We know to indicate the losing the arm and going in the Winter Soldier. We know Winter Soldier is set up right after his death from the train, therefore being brainwashed by Hydra and indicating that potentially I could have come back. He said then basically that day when we shoot the scene, we're like, yeah, I'm going to wear that sleeve. Then we thought, okay, that's how I'm going to die on that train. Okay. Considering that Bucky's Winter Soldier story from the books and the comics have many fans that immediately guessed what was coming next without his arm, although this means that what the future was for Bucky, again, he died in the comics, doesn't include the trains of all. It's involved with explosions of airplanes. Again, certainly that would have been enough to suggest Bucky would return as Winter Soldier from the future movies. We know that because if you see in the movies, you already would fucking know that. Again, if you don't, you're stupid. Not clear why this decision was made to cut that scene, but again, the comments that Sebastian Stan made that clear because after a decision to his fate, we know no guarantee of him again coming back at all. But again, he did fucking come back. Again, only of course the decision not the show is missing arm, was the right one. Now again, we certainly would have known the exciting moment for the fans, revealing from the Winter Soldier more exciting. Decision of the scene reasons the future Winter Soldier as his character are developed later on, as we've seen from the other Avenger movies, simply has kept the focus on his movie more firmly on Steve Rogers and his journey. Thankfully, though, Sebastian Stan did return as Bucky Barnes in the first Avenger, giving many fans numbers of highly regarded Marvel Universe stories. Again, let me know your thoughts about that. So, I think it's really fucking important that you guys realize what Bucky said about why he wanted to die and why it set up his tease as the Winter Soldier. Okay. Yeah. So, we're going to be talking about. There's a lot of shit, guys. So, now we're going to be talking about Smallville Star. Yeah, Smallville Star is supposed to return as Martian Manhunter in a new animated series. Okay. Yes, everybody. Smallville has an animated series. Okay. Smallville star we know Phil Morris has revealed his take and why he is interested to reprise a role as Martian Manhunter for the Smallville, the animated series. Now, if you don't know about the Smallville animated series, I'll tell you guys in this article. At least it should give you some clues. 26 minutes ago. Okay, so we know Phil Morris has revealed that we know he's interested in reprising as the Martian Manhunter for the Smallville animated series. We know the Smallville ran for 10 years, was one of the longest DC TV shows to this day, from 2001 to 2011. If you don't know that, you're stupid. But if you do know that, kudos to you, pat yourself on the motherfucking back. So again, Smallville has followed the stories of young Clark Kent, again played by Tom Welland, to learn the grips of superpowers before he becomes the superhero we know today. Now, again, it explores our character of Superman life as Lex Luthor, played by Michael Rosenbaum, and again has begun to evolve into the Man of Steel's biggest nemesis. Again, since the show has ended already, Wellman has reprised his role in a cameo from the crossover The Crisis of Infinite Earths in 2019. In 2021, we know that excited by the fans' possibility of an animated Smallville series. That has teased that him and Rosenbaum are working on it. This idea of bring back the original cast, despite not being officially confirmed by Warner Brothers, fans of the show are a little bit skeptical, but also really excited about this news because Wellen gives promising update to patient waiters. Again, the announcements came to surprise as many, but as a secret or a cameo videos to fans. Latest article, we already freaking talked about that. Okay, let's keep going. Talking the Comic Book, which is a site we use, Smallville favorite we know who played Martian Manhunter revealed he would reprise his role in The Martian Hero if given the chance. Possibility of him returning said straight away to comicbook.com. We know that yes, he said yes. He's confident that he will return as his time as John Johns. Now, he seems to excite Whedon to call up and read the Morris quotes below. You're a great attorney? Yes. You know the answer? Yes. I love John Johns and I love his take on Smallville. We know how it brings the rendition to expanded universe with renditions to the show when we want me to be in. We love the comics and we know we love looking at collections now, and yes, let me play it again. Give me a free reign of that universe. I'll kill it right now. Man, we'll have a great time. Okay. Morris has recently starred in The Ghost of the Ozarks, which is a supernatural Western film from 2022, where he's played as a doctor. And while in that, he's also received as well in a DC series we know, Doom Patrol. He plays Silas Stone, who is the father of Cyborg. Again, the love of DC, guys. The love of DC. The performance of Morris as Martian Manhunter was very praised by a lot of fans of the universe. Given that his excellent performance and every time his character was on the screen, it is noted that it's not the first time his character is in live action. He's been in other shit before. But the recent appearance of Martian Manhunter in Supergirl, again, that show ended too. So superheroes been portrayed by other actors too. Despite not being officially confirmed yet, this idea of a Smallville animated series of a cast returning is delighted to hear by waited fans that have been waiting for a while now. Again, Smallville had a 10-year tenure and was very popular during the time in 2001 to 2011, and paves the way for current comic book TV shows we know today. Despite being off the air since 2011, the buzz of Welland announcement to the show and how loyal it is to the fans to come back for the possibility of an animated show. That would be pretty neat, but again, you have to make sure you get the art. You got to make sure you take your time and you actually get the art right. Because as long as you have an artist that can actually illustrate the way the series is supposed to be, then you're good. Otherwise, it's a huge risk they're taking. But again, I think it's really cool that now we know the actor we know is probably going to return again as his role as the Martian Manhunter. Okay, let's keep going. Yes, let's keep going. Okay, you want to know what's going on with Batman movies? Okay, what is so wrong and why is it difficult for Batman movies to get Robin? Okay, Robin is one of the most important characters of Batman history. So why do the Batman fans struggle to get his character right? That's a good fucking question. 32 minutes ago, everybody. Again, Batman's adapted many films ever since his 1939 debut. Again, if you were alive back then, kudos to you, pat yourself on the motherfucking back. But if you weren't alive in 1939, you probably had a grandfather or a great grandfather who was born back then. But again, also kudos to you if you did. Again, yet his movies consistently struggle to get Robin right. Robin has existed in the comics as long as Batman himself, important to the Batman history as well as Alfred and Commissioner Gordon. Robin has always been a natural character in the Batman comics. He's featured in numerous media adaptations, video games, TV shows, and more. We know to properly depict the famous sidekick. Adaptation came close to get Robin, but others have ignored the character outright. Understanding that Robin is important to Batman as Batman is himself. The character is essential to making authentic depictions of the Dark Knight. We saw lots of people come and go as the Dark Knight. We already know. Dick Grayson is the very, very first Robin, debuted in 1940, under the year of Batman's first adventure in Detective Comics. We know Dick Grayson is a young circus acrobat who had his parents murdered by the circus owner. We know that Bruce Wayne had witnessed the accidental death of Grayson's mom and dad and has adopted him. He revealed the superhero identity as Batman to him by training him as a protege. Again, Batman's adopted son, Dick Grayson, later became Robin, and we know he has identical gadgets of Batman, martial arts, and detective skill equally matched to the Dark Knight. Not only did Bruce Wayne see himself an orphaned that to Grayson, he also raised him as the crime fighter's son. Again, succumbing to his grief and rage of losing his own family. We already know. Okay, so although Dick Grayson is the most well-known popular Robin, we eventually grow to adulthood and become independent. We know he become Nightwing. Since then, Robin costume moniker has been in the mantle, passed down to other teen proteges to the Dark Knight. The Bat family contains more heroes than Batman and the Robin. We know that Dick Grayson title is passed down to Jason, Tim, Stephanie Brown, and Damian Wayne. We know this because mainstream universe of DC and comics, of course. Alternate timelines of the Dark Knight Returns. We saw Carrie Kelly also succeeded Dick Grayson and Jason Todd. We see the vital stories, histories of the Batman comics where we see the most Batman films struggle to properly portray Robin. Okay, every version of Robin from movies. You want to know history of Robin? I'll let y'all know. Robin live action debut came in the comics ever since his first appearance, again in 1943 and 1949. He appeared in Batman and Batman Robin TV serial. Don't get that mixed up with the cereal like you eat. It's a cereal as like a different cereal. like like a like a test run, a cereal like as test run, not like cereal like the cereal you eat. Again, played by Douglas Croft and Johnny Duncan, respectively. Again, Robin is famously also played by Burt Ward, we know in 1960 TV series Batman, which also featured the Boy Wonder from every episode from theatrical film from the first and the second season. Robin is also intended to appear from the 1989 Batman film, but was cut from the film and wasn't played until later, after we realized he was cut again from Batman Returns and not depicted from the films. Now, again, Burton's Batman finally got a canonical Robin, Drake Winston from the Batman 89 comic book series. Again, but Robin's first true cinematic debuts were the Joel Schumacher Batman Forever, with the famous guy we know, Chris O'Donnell. He plays Dick Grayson in 1995 and in 1997. We know Batman Robin. Again, most people don't like Batman Robin, but honestly, I love Batman Robin. Also, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy never had featured Robin. And the young policeman we know, John Blake, also assisted Batman throughout The Dark Knight Rises, succeeding him as Gotham New Protector. Though his legal first name was revealed to be Robin, though that's someone you have to catch on your own, though. DC Extended Universe would have had two Robins if Zack Snyder was in charge, but the Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice has damaged the Robin outfit from the deceased Dick Grayson, seeing though Carrie Kelly would have succeeded him in the new Batman solo. Again, that's been picked up by someone else. Again, so if Zack Snyder was still in charge, he would have had Carrie Kelly be the next Robin. Okay. Batman movies have never seemed to done Robin justice. You want to know the reason why? I'll tell you why. Because for such an important character from Batman history and Batman comics, it is very unfortunate Robin is so rarely included in Batman film. He's seldomly depicted correctly, and his reason for stepping out, and most filmmakers understanding Robin as a role in a support cast. Tim Burton and Christopher Nolan have vocally uninterested of including Robin from their film. Again, Batman's more of a loner. That case, comics again featured Robin and Batgirl as partners of Batman from the cartoons. Again, characterizing Bruce Wayne as eager to take proteges in his wings sometimes, whether though there is an adopted child or a young potential crime fighter. The Joel Schumacher Batman films were well praised, and we know Chris O'Donnell is a lot older now, so again, we don't know if he's ever going to be back as Robin again. Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson's father-son dynamic was impossible to properly depict. Therefore, that's kind of what went down with the whole Robin thing. Again, there are some two cinematic iterations of Batman that were truly understood Robin role. We know this is the Drake Winston Robin, and other Robins we know the 60s TV show we had Robin. Robin was in every episode of the 60s television series of Batman. They depicted Batman again and his adopted son as the highly capable crime fighters. The DC Extended Universe, again, the Dick Grayson is murdered by the Joker before Ben Affleck had his first outing. That again acknowledging Robin's importance in his death, directly contributing to Batman turn of villains in the Dawn of Justice. Considering how accurate the universe is with DC Comics, Carrie Kelly would have been the first truly authentic new iteration of Robin if Zack Snyder would have kept his Batman project and his Justice League sequels. But we don't know if that's going to happen anymore. So, in future, can Batman fix Robin? That's a good question. Ideally, though, the DC universe would have continued with Ben Affleck Batman, training on the Carrie Kelly as Robin, but the Flash reboot is messing all things up, replacing the Affleck Batman with the older Batman, the Michael Keaton Batman. Therefore, there are opportunities to get a Robin right. Set in the photos of Batgirl, which is another standalone film that's going to be on HBO later this year, the the post-Flash, we know Batman is still raised again by still has raised Dick Grayson, and is now wasn't killed by Joker. Again, giving his franchise a chance to have a Robin done correctly. Whether it's Dick Grayson or other successors like Jason Tim or the others. The Matt Reeves Batman exists in a separate universe. Again, that depicts the Batman as a second year of the crime fighter. We know the Matt Reeves Batman is going to come up like pretty much like in a week or two. So we know Robert Pattinson has expressed interest in the future of Batman. Replicating again the ideas of Robin is still to be seen. We do not know if they're going to fix Robin or not. So that's what's going on with Robin. Again, you wanted to know the answer with what's going on with Robin? I just told you what's going on with Robin. So right now we are almost an hour, guys. We are almost an hour. So we'll just keep going. We're just cruising with a bruising. We're cruising with a bruising. But like I said, we're chilling. We're just playing some TV simultaneously on mute so it does not break copyright rules. But we're chilling. Yes, we're chilling. Let's keep going. Okay, let's keep going. Alrighty. Okay, you want to know more about Vigilante and Peacemaker? I can let you know. James Gunn with the Vigilante and the Peacemaker has also made a joke. Okay, the James Gunn series we know has set up the finale where Vigilante has suggested Peacemaker to pee on his pet, his eagle. Now, that's weird. 50 minutes ago, James Gunn and his friend, Vigilante, actor played by Freddie Stroma, explains the cuts of the joke with the eagle, again from the Peacemaker finale of Season 1. The spin-off of the last year Suicide Squad from last summer, last August. Again, the first television series set with that universe. Again, playing off some relief with comic relief of the series and the Season 1 finale from which the Justice League made an ill-timed appearance to help the anti-hero complete his mission, known as the Project Butterfly. We know because Superman and Wonder Woman are kept in shadows. We know Flash is somewhere and Aquaman is somewhere. They have made some cameos in the past, though. Again, later has showed some humorous exchanging between Peacemaker. Before we know Peacemaker even aired in Season 1, we know is renewed for another season. We know James Gunn has renewed it for another season. Yeah, because I just talked about it the other day. Returns to write more episodes. Again, filmmakers displayed his interest of sensibility of the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, although Guardians of the Galaxy is going to wrap up with the third movie being the final one. Although his crossover to DC will be an R-rated Suicide Squad, allowing him to show off his edgy sides of humor like never seen before. The potty mouth Peacemaker is perhaps the best outlet for giving him the absurd nature as his character, his pen chanting and juvenile bickering with cohorts. Notably, we know Stroma has the self-proclaimed crime fighter we know as Vigilante. Alright, everybody. So again, fans have recently reached out to James Gunn from his social media on Twitter, asking him some additional context clues. Again, regarding his outtake with Vigilante suggesting Peacemaker to pee on his pet eagle. Again, that's weird, but we're talking about it. But Gunn has explained the cut joke was why the scene with Eagle disobeying Peacemaker, and again, Vigilante, his absurd idea for demonstrating dominance to get him to listen. Freddie Stroma, the actor who played Vigilante, has chimed in on Twitter saying Gunn has thrown him the line and he wasn't able to go through it without having to crack up. Check out his exchange below. I'm not going to read the exchange because you can just literally just go on Twitter. Go on Twitter and see his original post from there where you see James Gunn and you see also Vigilante actor has came back and he rebutted as well. You can see the original post on the James Gunn Twitter. If you follow James Gunn on Twitter, you go on his page and you see the stuff there. Again, alas, we know that Stroma wasn't able to deliver this absurd joke without having to giggle. Never made that to the episode, though it is more enjoyed to the show various outtake. Again, shows have many outtakes though plenty of moments are funny to do make their way to shows. Again, Peacemaker outtakes are proven to be well-spring to hilarious improv. Episode 5 had outtakes shows that Cena had full improvised rants toward some of his other co-stars, and again, Stroma can be seen laughing and breaking his character boundary in his background. Again, more outtakes has showed the Harry Potter actor also struggling to contain his laughter as Gunn has tossed him the line. Again, Peacemaker cast has clearly had the blast film the show, with all their comedy moments. Again, energy has suddenly radiates off the screen. We know this because comedy is comedy, and we all love comedy. Again, cast has gone in a whole new season. Again, renewed. Again, with each other again. Therefore, chemistry to rip off each other should be the improved for season 2. Yes, because now that we know they're returning, we don't know when they're returning, but we know they're returning. That's the thing that's happening right now. Alrighty, everybody. So, we're just gonna keep on trucking. We're gonna keep on trucking. Okay. So the Black Panther powers has made Captain America look pathetic. Yes. Black Panther and Captain America have some of the same powers, but Black Panther goes deeper than Captain America does. Okay, from the surface, we know Black Panther seemed to be a super soldier just like Captain America was from the comics. Although the cool suits we know with the claws and places of the shield, the terms of the strength, endurance, and dexterity to the heroes or similar skill sets though. Black Panther has a skill of lots of secret superpowers that Cap wishes he had, but he doesn't. Again, we know T'Challa gains his power by consuming an herb. Again, connecting him to the Panther goddess and bestows the powers of the Black Panther. Super Soldier Serum gift to Captain America did him some supernatural one. Again, reference from Avengers number 53 by Jason Aaron. Again, Deathlocks, similar to the zombie cyborg Avengers, told that T'Challa cannot lie to the kings of the dead. Alright, King of the Dead? Well, that's a strange title of a Wakanda hero. But again, sensing that we look in the fets he's performed over the years, the 2015 Secret War reboot from John Hickman actually tied this in, with Black Panther dabbling on necromancy. This is stories that raise some eyebrows and some command to the zombie armies that take on the fights of God Emperor Doom. Known from the events, we know T'Challa had the ability to commune the past Wakandan king with the Black Panther and gaining their knowledge of the Council of Things to make sure he survived the test of time. Therefore, it is very similar to the Avatar did with the Avatar series in their movies. And then, additional to necromancy powers, we know Black Panther can summon energy weapons in combat. Energy soldiers will also fight in his name. Yes. Abilities has make Black Panther stand out more than we know. Again, he also seems to be a character on par with sorcerers like Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch. Funny though, but again, one hero like Black Panther shares necromancy powers, again with unexpected, the Hulk. Yes, the Hulk. Although they are not as powerful to the same extent though, the Hulk has the the power to see ghosts. This is interesting between T'Challa and Bruce Banner. The two have looked side by side, but Captain America and Black Panther have identical levels of physical power. T'Challa takes the cake here, though, because he's more strong, he's more athletic, and he isn't very special. Therefore, essentially in the world of comics, superpowers have him beat. Again, Black Panther make Captain America look like a novice. Okay, that's what that article's about. So you want to know the secret powers of Black Panther? I just told you the powers of Black Panther just made Captain America look pathetic. Again, I think it's really cool though. It's really cool that they actually use references from the 2015 Jonathan Hickman Secret Wars. I think it's really cool. Because, like I said, the 2015 Secret Wars is pretty noted that it's a good story. But there's more, guys. There's always more. Again, we're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep this going. Yes, we're going to keep this going for as long as we can, and as long as we can, as long as we can. Yes, we're going to keep this going. We're going to keep this going. Okay, everybody, you want to know more about Aquaman? I'll tell you more about Aquaman, okay? Aquaman has a perfect response to be called the nobody hero. Yeah, the nobody's favorite hero. Aquaman has a perfect response to being called nobody's favorite hero. From the comics. Again, trying to make his hero sound more cool. This is an hour ago, everyone. Okay, over the years, DC has worked hard to make Aquaman be taken more seriously as a character. He had a really silly time in the Golden Age. His long gone, and again his jokes and his character power has become less and less frequent. Although his character has pushed Aquaman to look more cool, given the previous joke regarding his character, incredible encounters where he was told he was nobody's favorite hero. Despite being one of the founding members of the Justice League, we know the important heroes again of the DC comic book roster. There was a long time where we know Aquaman had a butt of jokes, but thanks to the character appearance from the Super Friends, he also rode seahorses and has communicated with fish with telepathy. Yes, telepathy, underwater telepathy. Generally has portrayed his weak power compared to his fellow friends. Again, Aquaman is somewhat of a joke to the general public. Although, however, modern story from the 80s have onwards, attempting to make the character more serious and intimidating. The New 52, we know the New 52, had a queer publisher changing the public perception of Aquaman, making him very cool. Okay, so Aquaman number 1, again from the New 52, by Geoff Johns, again, has updated his look with the orange scales on his armor, his green gloves, his pants, his trident, and his ensemble looking more darker. Again, Aquaman responsive jokes sent in his way with immediate retorting, saying and telling a group of restaurant goers he doesn't talk to fish. After getting prodded about this in his past, again, he thoughts about it on Saturday Night Live skits on his expense. Aquaman is considered a laughingstock, and in his punchlines, though. However, he is the most perfect response to nobody's favorite hero. Yeah. Okay, everybody. If you want to know more why people don't like Aquaman, I'll let you know. Aquaman has unsheathed his trident. He frightened the people from people making fun of him, even though it was a joke. Clearly, it was a joke. Tired of the conversation in response to endless joke, he sent his way being really intimidated. The reinvention of Aquaman from the New 52 has shaped him to be very, very awesome. Again, they have proved Aquaman is not a joke. Yes, Aquaman is not a joke, especially when he was reinvented in New 52. Again, although the New 52 is one of the best times they showed Aquaman. Again, although this doesn't mean jokes can still be made about the Justice Leaguer entirely, instead, it was important to establish his own persona was not a joke. It's been accomplished, guys. It's been accomplished. Aquaman can still have fun, even with perfect responses for people making fun of him, with all of his jokes. Okay, everybody. So let me know your thoughts about that Aquaman and his response to why everybody calls him nobody's favorite hero. I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool. Because like I said, that ties in like the comic history, the comic book histories of Aquaman. I think it's really cool. Let's just keep this going. This is very, very good, guys. This is very good. Okay, let's keep this going. There has constantly been stuff more added. onto these web pages, everyone. Okay. What did the Mandalorian Razor Quest designer learn when his ship was destroyed? You want to know what happened to the Mandalorian ship? We know the Razor Quest. Yeah, the Razor Quest. We know the Razor Quest designer has learned his ship was destroyed. We know this once and for all because the Razor Crest was destroyed in the Mandalorian. Yes, 2 hours ago, everybody. Yes, designer of the Razor Crest, we know, revealed to learn the ship of the fate from the Mandalorian Season 2. Ryan Church is the designer who brought the Razor Crest to life from concept arts from Season 1. Church has begun his career with Lucasfilm, creating the Attack of the Clones and other pieces of Star Wars media. Therefore, Church is able to do concepts of the Book of Boba Fett, and also he did art to bring back Cad Bane. Yes, he did. Pay attention to the names at the end of the episode, it'll tell you. Razor Crest has served not only as the vessel to Din Djarin, we also know the bounty hunter home. We know that the gunship is large enough to secure his bounties, and again has phased this out in favor of caring for Grogu, otherwise known as Baby Yoda, from the run. It became one of the safest places for him to remain his safety and take care of Grogu. They place him in the Razor Quest. We know Din had tried to train Grogu Force ability with a silver shifter knob, but the gunship has suffered a lot of blows from the season 2 of Mandalorian. It's gotten some noticeable repairs though, but again, audiences watched when the Razor Quest was tragically blown up by Moff Gideon from the tragedy from chapter 14. Okay. Okay. From the recent books of The Art of Mandalorian, Season 2, Church, the artist, has shared why he had to learn what the creation was and why it was destroyed. Again, the news is broken by some other people who currently serve the vice president and directors of Lucasfilms. Church has already drawn up the art from the Razor Crest. He's badly beaten again by Season 2. The Ice Spiders wreaked havoc in Chapter 10, The Passenger. We know again this was set up when Church was approached by, again, his friend about the Razor Quest being destroyed. The artist has assumed the meant to be fixed again. Again, whatever happened to this lovely ship, we don't know, but we think it's gone for good. You could read his quotes below. We said he came to me and saw Jon Favreau talking about the Razor Quest being destroyed. I was like, oh man, you mean? And then it comes back, right? Yeah. No, it really does get blown up. Yeah, he gets blown up, everyone. We watched The Mandalorian, the tragedy, and you'll know. Same. Moments of the heartbreaking audience were the Razor Quest. Designer. We know many have shared this tragedy, again, with destruction of the famous vessel. Moff Gideon didn't just take out Din's ship with a big explosion. We also lost every single belonging he also strapped to his body, aside from his favorite possession of all, Grogu, who was captured. And again, we had to save him again. Again, we know that again there was a blaster rifle that was also created by Jon Favreau that took appearance in as Boba Fett from the holiday special in Star Wars. Again, the Forgotten Holiday Special. The Razor Quest is also got destroyed, and akin from watching the beloved character meet in their fates. On the bright side, though, destruction of the Razor Quest has opened up the doors for Din to get his brand new Naboo N1 starfighter. From the Book of Boba Fett, Chapter 5, The Return of the Mandalorian. The starfighter is much different than the hefty gunship we know, the Razor Quest. But again, there is no room for stores, aside from Din himself and Grogu, who's a repurposed droid port. It posed interesting ideas for his character, though, heading to Season 3, though. The Razor Quest was often acted as the more famous symbol for Din himself. The tragic loss of Grogu from the tragedy, Chapter 14, has also shattered that from Din to pieces that Moff Gideon did to his ship. the Razor Quest. Now, again, the loss of his ship meaning not only that, but losing his friend Grogu. Again, following episode season 2, we saw Book of Boba Fett, doors open, seeking atonement to the Mandalore, breaking his creed to create his own way. The N1 starfighter again has a hint that Din is leaning toward a new way of galaxy himself. Again, let me know your thoughts about this, guys. You want to know more about The Mandalorian Season 3? Yes, I can tell you more about The Mandalorian Season 3. Mandalorian Season 3. Some news that you want to know from 5 days ago. Okay, Mandalorian Season 3. The new characters can also avoid Boba Fett and his limits. You want to know how they can avoid Boba Fett's limits from The Mandalorian Season 3? Okay, Pedro Pascal revealed Mandalorian Season 3 had new characters, suggesting to avoid the limits of Boba Fett. Yes, Boba Fett. 5 days ago, everybody. Spoilers. Mandalorian Season 3 is confirmed. Yes, it's confirmed. New characters will help avoid the limits of the Boba Fett. Nostalgia loaded story. Again, Din Djarin actor, we know Pedro Pascal, has revealed there is some hope that there are plenty of new faces, familiar faces to Season 3 of Mandalorian. There are some notes, though, that there are new characters, which has boded well for the upcoming installment. We noticed because, again, it's confirmed, everyone. Pascal has no indication as what viewers can expect of those new characters, but there is still hope in the galaxy, everybody. There is still hope. There is actually new rather than simply new to Mandalorian. Okay. Although the Book of Boba Fett offered a new look of the Tatooine backdrop, further exploring the bounty hunter, we know Disney Plus has criticized this cameos of past characters, standalone episodes, and lack of new character development. 2 of the Boba Fett 7 episodes didn't feature him at all. Also, appearing in cameos, we know Star Wars show previously fleshed out some figures of the Mandalorian in the larger franchise. Again, Boba Fett had the first few episodes introduce Maz Esba, which we know some figures we know aside from Luke Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, Din Djarin, Grogu, R2-D2, and Cad Bane. Yeah, all those characters are in it. Yes, all those characters are in it. Again, while it's exciting to see some characters like Luke return, and also Cad Bane from the Clone Wars and Ahsoka from the Flesh, we know some other explored characters are going to be minor to appear. Again, there might have been some small ones, but again, Star Wars is comprised of numerous galaxies, planets, species, aliens, and stories. Therefore, hardly been touched in the franchise, everyone. Book of Boba Fett has nostalgia coming up everywhere, man. The universe appears really less expansive by intriguing some of the terms of the unknown. The past characters of Star Wars appears in Disney shows incredible when done correct. Again, it has to be done correct. So many of those small series undermine the notion of the vast world building of the story yet to be told. Because that's what we want. We want the stories to be told. Again, pattern suggesting Star Wars is struggling to move forward move forward to the future. The crutch of the reliable, popular past character behind. Yep. Alright, everybody. Pedro Pascal comments The Mandalorian Season 3 is introducing new characters. Thus, Star Wars future is conceptualized figures, primary sources of franchise revival of the sequel film trilogy controversy. We know The Mandalorian is the first Star Wars project to premiere on Star Wars after The Rise of Skywalker, from their success in a more significant stand-in. Again, relied on no previous characters. Again, Mandalorian revitalized the Star Wars franchise based on the galaxy exploring, through bounty hunting, and compelling stories of new characters, Din Djarin and Grogu, which brought more skeptical fans to the franchise court after sequels. Series again connected nostalgia with Luke, Ahsoka, and Bo-Katan we saw from the Season 2, while also primarily supported his original characters. Okay. Boba Fett, the Book of Boba Fett, has worked to set up The Mandalorian Season 3. It's undermined itself by not really showing really much story about Boba Fett, though. It doesn't have to rely on nostalgic pull of classic figures like Luke and Ahsoka to move forward in exploration to two characters revitalizing the franchise, Mando and Grogu. Following the Jedi's and the Bounty Hunter investigating the Mandalorian culture, we know Mandalorian Season 3 sets an opportunity to introduce new never-before-seen characters, stories in Mandalorian Season 3, setting up some open doors and opportunities, introduce never-before-seen character with stories that can propel the series future to their own individual path. The Mandalorian has already debuted plenty of new characters outside Mando and Grogu. Again, spin-off stories of original figures like Cop Banff could also be in play. We know Disney Plus TV shows also give Star Wars the opportunity to expand their universe, although they are afraid to. Sentimental confining the Mandalorian and setting it only kind of in places like Tatooine. Again, Season 3 should hopefully set up these new characters, proving to further their approach and their goal. That's what we hope for. That's what we hope for. Yes, that is what we hope for. That is what we really, really want to do. We want to explore the galaxy, everyone. We want to explore the galaxy that we've not seen yet. There is so much of the Star Wars galaxy that we have to see. We just have to see it. We have to see it, everyone. It's very, 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 very vital. Very, very vital to us Star Wars fans alike. We have to see that expand. We have to see their stories go further with new character development into the story basis. Okay, let's keep going. We want to keep this going, everyone. We want to keep this going. Because we're really just on a roll right now. At least I feel like we're kind of on a roll. Okay. Alright, everyone. You want to know more? Okay, you want to know more about Peter Dinklage? Yeah, Peter Dinklage has teased up his Marvel return in 404. Yeah, Peter Dinklage, who played the dwarf from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, had teased his return to this Thor: Love and Thunder. Yes. Okay. Yeah, everybody. Peter Dinklage, who's played the dwarf from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, teased his return for Thor: Love and Thunder. We saw him from the Infinity War, where he was responsible for forging one of the most powerful weapons of the Marvel Universe. He is tasked with creating Thor his new iconic hammer from Thor movies, Thanos his Infinity Gauntlet, and most recently, Thor's new axe we know, Stormbreaker. Following the constructions of the gauntlet, Thanos had slaughtered many of the dwarf's fellow friends, leaving only the one dwarf left. Again, there was only one dwarf left. Now, that's really sad. But again, Thanos took away all of the dwarf's friends and used them in his hands. Therefore, the aid of Thor and Rocket Raccoon and Groot, the dwarf was able to forge Stormbreaker so that Thor can have a weapon capable to kill Thanos. Although his efforts were worthwhile, while Thor has successfully played the role to defeat Thanos during Endgame, thanks to our new friend Stormbreaker and from our dwarf buddy, his current whereabouts are still unknown. We just know that he was Infinity War on the dwarf planet. Yeah, the dwarf planet. The planet of the dwarfs. Okay, which is basically just a weapon forge somewhere in space. Okay, only this remains members. He's the only remaining member of his kind. Again, strange to think that he's the only one by himself on a planet and weapon forged in space. Again, he's a very friendly dwarf. Again, we know this because you see that in Infinity War. Again, Thor has to remember to possibly relocate by the God of Thunder. Again, we know Thor is again currently on his own adventure with the Guardian of the Galaxy. The two are not currently together though, but Thor is still with relationship with Rocket Raccoon and Groot. Perhaps the four of them would reunite and have some more efforts after the success from making Stormbreaker the axe we saw from the Infinity War. The weapon that was responsible for taking down Thanos. Again, Interviews from the Empire Film Podcast has said Dinklage has responded to his questions about playing the dwarf again in the future. Again, we don't know any specific though, but we know inexplicably that confirmed his involvement with any films. We know Dinklage would go on his way to reference his awareness in a fourth movie for Thor. Again, we know this on his way to see Dinklage, his quote below. Um, well, there's another Thor movie there. So isn't there? Yeah, it's coming out. Yeah. Kiki's directing it. Yeah. We didn't say anything though. I didn't say anything. So what? What? So he's kind of just surprised. He's very surprised that there is another Thor movie. So again, going on the praise of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, expanding the TV and movies, we know Dinklage has commented his return as his dwarf in Thor movies. Now, Thor Love and Thunder, Thor is comfortably armed with his new axe, Stormbreaker. As the different character may require the dwarf's weapon forged in service. Again, Natalie Portman's also returning, even though we hadn't seen her since the second movie. She is going to be a main actress who's going to take up as the new Mighty Thor we saw from the comics. She's going to be the new female Thor we see in Love and Thunder. That's also confirmed to take the mantle of Mighty Thor, just like we said. Again, unclear how this is even Portman's Foster, again, is returning the franchise after her female version is going to be Thor. It's likely to know that long-lasting impacts of the franchise. Furthermore, Foster is confirmed to be the new taker of Thor. We know the new person who'll take after Thor. Again, Thor's hammer is destroyed by his sister Hela, who played by Kate Blanchett, during the events of Thor Ragnarok. Perhaps Foster can also seek out the dwarf to reforge the destroyed hammer of Thor. It's really possible, everyone. It's really possible that Orphan, the dwarf, will be able to hopefully reforge the destroyed hammer Mjolnir for Thor. So then that way we'll be able to have a weapon back in store. Again, with the dwarf and his possible return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe teased by Dinklage himself, the possibility for him to return to a film are endless. Again, we know his association with his powerful weapon-making skills is past suggestion to help return Jane to the mighty Thor, to the hand of the weapon to make the power of the worthy power to possess. Now, granted that the dwarf may reappear and to reunite with Thor, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot. Yes, Groot. Luckily, answers about the dwarf and his possible return to his roles in the films could not be Sars of Longreach, though. Although he might appear, we don't know. Again, that's a secret that's kept under lock and key. We don't know. Again, Thor Love and Thunder is going to hit in July the 8th of 2022. Okay, everybody. So that's what's going on with Peter Dinklage, who's the dwarf who played in the Thor movies. And also, most notably, the one who helped Thor make the Stormbreaker from the Infinity War. Okay, let's keep going. Yes, let's keep going. There's a lot of good stuff, everyone. Very, very good stuff on here today. Very good stuff. I'm probably going to be switching over to the next area pretty soon. The next area website pretty soon. You just see this other stuff, though. There's more stuff. It's okay. We're probably going to have to plug my computer in pretty soon. There's 46 minutes left on the battery. I'm probably going to move over to my bed pretty soon. Okay. Okay. So now there is some more news comparing another comic book character to being pathetic. Okay, everybody. But first, I gotta do a few things. I got to move my notebooks over to my chair and put my towel, hang it over the chair. Well, this is a clean towel. I gotta still bring that upstairs. I forgot to. But yeah, we also have to hang my hat back up, my Chase Elliott NASCAR hat. But yeah, we have this all hooked up right here. As long as we hook our computer back up before it dies, so we can get our 4 hours of content, that's what we want. That's what we ultimately want. So again, guys, that is what we're temporarily trying to do. Again, we are trying to roll on by with getting past our world record of our 4 minute, no, not 4 minute, 4 hour video record. We want to get past our previous 4 hour video record and hopefully get a little further. That's what we're trying to do. Yes, that's what we're trying to do. Again, hold on, everybody. I have to go in the emergency bathroom jug. Yes, I keep emergency bathroom jugs. So if I'm too lazy to use the bathroom, I sometimes use an emergency bathroom jug. I'm probably going to have to empty out the other jug. So I'm peeing into a new jug. Yeah, I know it's gross, but it's something that I do so that I don't have to lift a finger or move a leg or anything. As far as things go with these long live streams, I'm probably just going to switch my Scooby-Doo to something else and play it in the background. That's what we're trying to do, guys. That's what we're trying to do. The fact that now I got to... Okay. But now we want to see where we left off in. Okay, we go to the homepage on HBO real quick to see what's going on. Okay, so it shows that I'm on episode 11 of season 1. That's not bad. But, again, for Mystery Incorporated, I'm on episode 9. On What's New, Scooby-Doo, I'm on episode 11. But that's what's going on with that, though. But, oh yeah, so if you follow me on Facebook, you might notice that I had posted something about what nights I do things. But, yeah, we're going to... Where the hell? Oh, yeah. We're going to play a little bit of some Sesame Street in the background. We're just going to try to play some Sesame in the background. You don't have to hear it because my volume is down. I mean, so technically that way you'll still be able to see me. And you'll still be able to hear me while I'm talking about the Converse universe. Okay, buddy. So, I had moved over from my desk over to my bed just because it's a little easier to plug the computer in and keep this going. Okay, so what we were talking about, everyone, we were about to talk about, Marvel had just proved Punisher is pathetic by giving Daredevil guns. Okay, breaking the moral code, everyone, breaking the moral code. The issue had proved Matt is deadlier than Frank was in the comics. Okay, in the comics, we know, Marvel Comics, Punisher is anything but a lethal renegade. Daredevil, again, we know this. Again, Frank Castle is quite different. Again, opposite, actually. Now, his debut in The Amazing Spider-Man 129, that was written by Jerry Conway, the Punisher has become important foils to Daredevil and his methods as far as vigilantes go. He doesn't hesitate to kill an enemy, citing that he does a service by society by doing this, and that few others would. Matt Murdock firmly believes everyone deserves fair trials to criminal system. Punisher looks down on Daredevil for being unable to do what believes is right. This has led Frank Castle to think himself more deadly than the Man of Fear. Okay. Alright, everybody. So, ideas have come around that's turned on his head by the wayside with Daredevil number 4, we know by Chip Zdarsky. We talked about him before, everybody. Again, you subscribers remember I talked about him. Again, Daredevil and Punisher had fought each other to the bone. Ideological disagreement. Daredevil picked up Punisher's gun and purposely shot Frank in his vest. Punisher had taunted him for going to a non-lethal area. Again, retaliating, Daredevil sent a flurry of bullets to Frank, grazing him in the neck, the hand, the knee, and the shoulder. Vulnerable places that are not protected by the Kevlar vest. Therefore, this could have killed him if he wanted to. Frank is laid in shock, and Daredevil said, "Do you have any idea what I can do?" The level of this carnage can unleash anything with guns in the hand. The numbers of dead people have decided to be like you. It is no contest, Frank. You're an amateur hour guy. You're an amateur guy now. Again, so in the moment, we know Daredevil had proved Punisher wrong by saying he completely different league than Frank Castle. Again, come to potential gun violence, purposely choosing to not partake in the slight advantage he had. From the ease of size with Daredevil beating the Punisher in his own game, had challenged the fan perception of Frank Castle as the resident badass. Now, Matt Murdock has absentation from lethal force on moral ground, does not take that away. But the fact that the power has given him a horrifying advantage over normal people, including the Punisher. Zdarsky, we know, Chip Zdarsky's run showed Daredevil had a combination of rage and physical expertise. In the road, he can take full responsibility for it. The consequence of him losing control can yield a body count more like a villain like Bullseye. Illustrating the issue has a fundamental difference between Daredevil and Punisher and how they wish to be perceived as vigilantes. The Punisher has derived his power in the fact the synonymous with death. On the other hand, though, Daredevil doesn't care about this, as perceived as weak for his moral code. Publicly performing true capacity to violence, equips from an effort, modeling good behavior for the Hell's Kitchen. Violence is symptoms of the job, everyone. That is the reason, guys. Isn't necessarily the only language Matt Murdock can achieve his goal with. But again, beating the Punisher to his game, Daredevil had proved Frank Castle wrong. He's cut him up some cloth, and again, Daredevil is not commonly thought to be a fearsome moral character. He demonstrated that to the readers and the Punisher, and it was scary to see him that way, and how he purposely did this. It seemed that by mistaking Daredevil as moral code, his physical inaptitude, the Punisher had set himself to be exposed to his amateur. Again, the really comparison to the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Okay, you want to know more about the Punisher? Yes, there's more news about the Punisher. This is from last summer. Okay, Marvel has a manga. Marvel made some manga of the Punisher. It is one of the worst creations of Punisher. Yes, Marvel manga Punisher is one of his worst creations. Okay, Marvel had a mid-2000 attempt where they created a manga-themed universe with very bizarre remake. Some of those are the Punisher. Okay, everybody, you want to know more about that? Marvel Punisher has long raised eyebrows to those who found his intense vigilante violence. Concerns to the alternate universe counterpart drawing attention to totally different reason. When it was translated to Japanese manga, it has made the road to international comic book market in 2000s. Most notably the early 2000s. Marvel took notice of this to try to make manga of their own. Although we imagine the staples of their heroes out of context of the manga verse, applying some manga tropes like Japanese manga, character archetypes to the familiar face to the least, the plan to their theory. Amongst with the manga verse, we know Marvel's manga verse, The Punisher, was a one-shot that was created by Peter David and was art by Lee Hernandez, is introduce new characters to the audience rather than directing a parallel to Frank Castle. Again, the Punisher is a woman, though. Again, that's different. And she's operated out of Tokyo. By day, she's a principal of a private school, and by night, she's the Punisher. Very, very weird, everyone. Very weird. Again, engaged in gunplay. This Punisher preferred methods of a heavier gunplay. She dressed up as a geisha girl, had face paint resembling the Punisher, the skull logo, and again is the kinkiest heroine of Tokyo. She also has punished her adversary by dominatrix flares, using whips, spanking, and things of torture criminals to reform them. Okay, very, very, very weird, everybody. Again, Punisher adversary in the comic is some other villain we know from some Korean crime syndicate. Very far out, everyone. Very far out. There's less interested in killing the 616 counterpart. The Punisher goal to merely drive the gangs from town. We know, unfortunately, her enemies are less morally restrained, even though her younger sister discovered her identity by accident and became her sidekick in a fruitfulest moment to save her life. This iteration of the Punisher also made the horse go around, despite the fact the story was set in modern day where guns and cars were widely available. Mm-hmm. Needless to say, everybody, the results of this were less than impressive to more readers. Again, additions to the sexual element feeling rather out of place, the story is littered with bad pun in form of foreign words that are more likely considered incredibly racist or offensive to today. The story and art do not feel anything like the actual Japanese manga. It is rather more of a Western comic, in different styles from standards in the time. While manga is also known for sudden mood shifting, the comedy and serious drama are back in the drops of the hat. Attempt attempting in humor where a book is fall flat, or very, very lazy. The idea of sex was inherently funny and simply nonsensical, as the fact that these characters were killed in a pogo stick accident. Stories told that Japanese cultural concepts such as these has wasted a lot of dialogue on this exploitation of the fill the reader with way too much detail than they really need. All in all, the Marvel Mangaverse, The Punisher is dismissed as a failure. Other Mangaverse stories are more successful. Punisher is a failure. The project is very short-lived. Comics eventually were in a volume, but Marvel tried this idea again in 2006. It did not go any further. Recent attempts in the manga for America superheroes have had greater success, like Deadpool. Again, we know largely because Deadpool is very more popular. Again, Japanese writers and artists have tried more authenticness, though Mangaverse is theoretically and technically a canon parts of the Marvel multiverse, though no one really seems that the Marvel Mega Punisher would resurface. Okay, everybody. Time check right now is 1 hour 39 minutes. We have a long, long way if we want to hit 4 hours. We have a long, long way. I don't really think I have many viewers watching, but we're just going to keep this going as long as we can. My computer needs an hour and 12 minutes to full charge. So we're going to talk about one more thing on Screen Rant, and then we're going to go over to Comic Book Resource. One more thing on Screen Rant and then comic resource. Okay. Let's keep this going. Keep this going. Keep this going. I wish time would go faster, but to be honest, it would be really nice if time went faster. It'd be nice. Oh my god. I feel like I'll have to take a nap. Even though the only thing I really ate all day was a snack that I had at Walmart and then some pizza and some stuffed shells with corn and garlic bread. But okay, everybody, you want to know more about Green Lantern? I'll tell you more about Green Lantern. Green Lantern has brought in the Games of Thrones, Mother of the Dragons, to the DC universe. Yes, everyone. Green Lantern Corps has been fighting the forces of magic for a very long time, longer than most imagine. The ongoing series featured pretty significant Game of Thrones references. Okay, 3 hours ago, everybody. There are spoilers for the Green Lantern number 11. The newest book of the Green Lantern features some pretty clear reference to the Game of Thrones. More specifically, the Mother of the Dragons. The same vein we saw from Amelia Clark. You probably remember her if you know Game of Thrones. Again, the new series we know the Green Lantern Corps is decimated thanks to the rogue guardian we know who's attempting to restore magic to the universe. Additional though, the sorcerers of this planet of the League with this villain, or including some leading sorceress, unleashing some mighty dragon during its battle between willpower and magic themselves. Alright, everyone. So, from previous books from the Green Lantern Corps, the homeworld of Oa was hosted by the United Planet Conclave, which is a larger galactic equivalent of the United Nations on Earth. However, the alleged assassination of Guardians has thanked the sorcerers again to the enemy who's interrupted the meeting of the worlds. Now again, later led to destruction of Oa and their battery. Again, nearly every Green Lantern ring went dark and had no ability to recharge. Therefore, they're still able to fight though, but this villain had to fake his entire assassination just so the magical corruptness can desire to undo the formation of the Green Lantern Corps. Apparently had limited the power of magic to the universe. Alright, everyone. Now the Green Lantern number 11, written by Jeffrey Thorne and some other friends, has this character who's been freed to Oa to help this villain fully destroy the already diminished Green Lantern Corps. Not only does this engage in the battle of Hal Jordan and other friends, we know this has directly wield enough power to summon a space dragon. Again, we know this is not hard to see because Game of Thrones had referenced this before. Again, whenever they want a dragon to attack a high Valyrian dragonfire, we just want to just kind of see Duke out a little bit, yo. Okay, so as the Game of Thrones style dragon summons enough energy of the universe to fight off the Green Lanterns, and a fully power cosmic sorcerer, the other beings of these villains have fired magical charged arrows at Hal and her friend and deactivated the ring, the only two which had their still working. The magic on display was formidable even though it was not at the full strength. John Stewart, and also his friend we know, Hal Jordan, had to figure this out because in the very end, the Ascended and the Green Lantern, whose powers come straight from the willpower. Again, John and Hal had to find out the ways of the Green Lanterns and to think to stay here would watch more people die than to stop it. But again, paying more attention be could be helpful too. Referencing again by some other thing, but then again, think of this as a happy ending, but no, it isn't, because it isn't a happy ending. You have to have been paying more attention. If you're more interested in Green Lantern Corps, you can actually read the Green Lantern Corps. The new series continues. You can pick up your books on Green Lantern at your comic book store. Okay, everybody, that's what's going on with the Green Lantern. They just opened up this idea where they had the Game of Thrones, and they just introduced this idea of Game of Thrones into the Green Lantern series. I think it's pretty neat, though. It's pretty neat. So let's go to comic book resources. Comic book resources. That's our next destination, everyone. Again, it is one of the top destinations to find things. Okay, everybody. So, Captain Marvel 2, Brie Larson has discussed this as her sequel being bonkers. Okay, everybody. So, Brie Larson has just said her sequel is going bonkers. Okay. I think that's a little dumb, though, but hey, let's just keep this going. Brie Larson cannot say much about her movie. It just discussed how wild the sequel will be. I wish I could not talk about it, she said. Again, Captain Marvel sequel, I cannot talk about my feelings about this. We cannot say but can't say enough how incredible the director, Nia DaCosta, is, but how honor it is to work with them. Immense talent they have, and again, it feels like a future. Although we can also say this by reading the script for the first time. I could not believe what I was reading. I was like, this is bonkers. Yes, she said that herself. Brie Larson said her movie is bonkers. Alright, everybody. The thing is, we love Marvel, but they continue to reinvent the wheel. The wheel's already been invented, but Marvel just has to keep on reinventing the wheel. Larson continued, they continue to do this thing where they never think the possible would happen to the films. They're not afraid to go there, though, but we're excited to see what would happen. We think there are some huge personal achievements of mine. I'm really excited to share, but as you might not be aware, fun things have been secrets. Again, note this though, the film comes out and people are going to be interested. Again, keep in mind, guys, the more self will be a little longer, because her movie will be a little longer. We don't know how long though, but it's something though. Now, it's going to be 1 year until Captain Marvel sequel will arrive to theaters. The actor has to be regularly sharing her workout routine to the film. She also had to explain how her personal training reflected on how powerful she is in her next film. Okay, everybody. So, from her first film, she's developed that strength, but from her personal strength from this one, she said in an interview, she's already got more mastery in her powers. She can fly, she's got more limber, and she has all these movements she does, like wire work. It doesn't have to do much like the first one, though, but it's the main goal that we wanted to meet. Danvers won't not be alone either. We have Monica Rambeau, and we also have other popular faces coming back as well. There's also going to be word that Nick Fury is probably going to come back. Yes, Nick Fury is probably going to come back too. Okay, so let me know your thoughts about that. I think it's interesting. Let's keep this going. It's interesting. There's a lot of stuff, guys. There's a lot of stuff. We want to keep this going. We just have to figure out whatever stuff there is. We just gotta see if there's any other cool things in comic book universe. There's a lot of things. It just doesn't matter of just trying to kill the clock is what we're doing. We're trying to beat or or world record of 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 17 seconds. That was our other record that we had. But we have to try to beat that record. Now I know it seems really grueling and really tiresome, but you already see I am feeling a little tired. And I'm not even close to 4 hours yet. Okay, so there's a Suicide Squad star who says the Arrow cut has gave his character more love. Okay, everybody, the Suicide Squad actor we know from the Arrow cut of his movie, Scott Eastwood, has addressed his take of his character, how it differed from the studio cut, in his relation to his character. This was a couple hours ago, everybody. So, from another actor from the 2016 Suicide Squad, which I just had rewatched recently, the unreleased director cut of the movie. Scott Eastwood, who played again a character we know in the movie, basically is like, okay, I'm going to make you look more like a badass. And then he told the insider, I did not even know the character at this time. We focus on his character, but we lead more to the Arrow cut of the movie, because fans were demanding for the Arrow cut of the Suicide Squad. Again, we talked to him, and we know my character got a lot more love in the Arrow cut, they said. Okay. Productions of the Suicide Squad has saw multiple reshoots, just like the reshoots were with the Justice League. Again, several scenes have left the cutting room floor. Warner Brothers was very unhappy. The tone and the styles of the movie, delivered by Arrow. The major change, though, included some Jared Leto stuff. Now, several images have reported edited scenes were released, but newly revealed pictures have leaked the internet of Margaret Robbie Harley Quinn in a wedding dress. All those details have had a lot of fan campaign seeking them to release the Arrow cut of the movie. Okay, this isn't the first go-to idea for DC fans, but actors are calling to release the director cut, just like Justice League had the similar treatment in 2021. Okay, so Arrow has addressed the Suicide Squad change himself. Categorically, the studio cut is not my movie though. Now, according to Arrow, he said director cut is existed as fully mature edits. Just like Snyder, his was more mature edit. The brilliant score though, but not a single radio song in the whole dang thing. Highlighted the strong performance of the cast in the solid act resolution. Okay, Will Smith, who played Deadshot in Suicide Squad, also voiced his support in the release. He said, let me tell you, there's a whole lot that stayed on the floor with Suicide Squad, he said. I'm into it though. I love this world. I love what they created in both versions. I want to see it. Leto also commented on it, suggesting it released the stream service just like the Zack Snyder Justice League was. Why wouldn't they? He said. I mean, that's what streaming is for, right? So now Suicide Squad is available to stream now again on HBO. Again, you can rewatch it again. And again, let me know your thoughts again about the Arrow cuts. It's really important that you guys share your thoughts about some things again, like I share again with here on the channel regarding, with the comic book things. Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. After I hit the 4-hour goal or beat the world record, Then hopefully by then I'll hopefully sit back and rewatch it after this thing's posted and finished. Again, I'm not done yet though. I'm still working. Miles Morales' new Spider-Man villain is now a sci-fi late cyborg fighting for an agency. Since the very beginning of robots, they have searched for agencies. Spider-Man has a new villain who's determined whether they are a friend or a foe. Miles Morales' Spider-Man has shortly revealed a new villain, the Spider Smasher, as part of the legacy of the Spider Slayers. The character is an important part to bring the villain to the modern day world. Spider Slayers have always been straightforward pawns to the personal agencies we know decisions. They always intended to follow just directions the controller said. The Spider Smasher already has possibility of that change. The major trend to sci-fi, though, is especially the center around the robots, because we know Blade Runner and Westworld, and now you have Spider-Man. It's like, what the heck? So it's like Journey is nearly coming for the age rather than the action adventure itself. The search for the sense of agency through robots and AI, or should I say artificial intelligence for those who don't know what AI is some deep history diving into science fiction. The Spider Smasher is just a new example of a robot working for an agency of some sort or of another. Related to this article, Miles Morales' art has teased the return of a Marvel Ultimate Universe. Hey, that'd be cool. Unless you want me to talk about that, I'm going to just talk about other stuff. Let's keep going. Robots of the agency have been interrelated since the very start. Okay. Again, artificial life has existed very long, as far as history itself. Jewish tradition of tales of these has artificial life forms bringing to life, done by Greek tale of Pygmalion. Featured statues of life of power and love. Artificial life, other known as AI, is creations follow humanity in tales of centuries. Use of robot proper play into the forms of Universal Robots, which is a 1921 play we saw back in the day. If you were alive back then in 1920, you probably would be familiar with that. But if you're not, that's whatever. It's fine. Let's keep going. So this isn't to say that the stories of robots have always been more negotiated of identity, because Star Wars, for example, has a determination between the droids and life forms. The consciousness of the droids have never been seen to be a major focus, though. Star Wars has tackled this issue many times, though C3PO and R2D2 were most noted, though. Although we're not talking about them, though. We're just referencing them. Again, force sensitive droids are not affected by the fact droids are simply viewed and treated as lesser than few repercussions of Star Wars. Nonetheless, Blade Runner did the same thing, only they have deals with agency of their own. As far as popular culture goes, robotic literature and sci-fi, it just keeps it going. Again, agency and androids come in the contemporary era. We also see the humor from Bender from Futurama. Though he's very depressed, we know he's Ben's items in Rest of Life, in his defining his programming. Again, Bender is a really good example of humor in sci-fi, and popular culture as well. As also with Blade Runner 2019 and 2029. Blade Runners again, and Transformers to Pokemon and other pop culture items and universes. Again, now we go back to Miles Morales again. Miles Morales' new villain is a late addition to the long line of villains. And overarching all these trends we've mentioned, Miles Morales is now faced with a version of robots, a robot villain, who presents a greater sense of agency to robotic predecessors we mentioned, defeating some nameless robots and drones by hardly offering complexity to sentient beings of robot augmentation, substances, some attempting to define themselves. Even the real Spider Smasher indicated that some element is some allegiance to the Spider Smasher being a lie. Mysterious reveal is what the choice would be. Again, ultimately, the complexity of the complex story of this and connections with this is a late indicator the trend of comic books and media has gone over a lot of changes. With the Miles Morales Spider-Man 30th issue publishing in May. Okay, everybody. So that's what's going on with the new villain that is going to be introduced later this year, as far as Miles Morales now battling a Spider Man foe that's actually sci fi. Eh, interesting. Pretty interesting. Actually, really interesting. Let's keep this going. We gotta keep this going. You have to try to keep this going, guys. We have to keep this going. Even though it feels like I'm about to give up, I can't. I have to beat my record. um, what's the um uh, you want to know more about the Hulk? I can let you know about the Hulk. When did the Hulk first speak in third person? That's a really good question, everyone, because we're going to look at this. The late work of the notable comic book first, we know, the Incredible Hulk. He began speaking in third person. Hulk will smash versus I will smash. 5 hours ago. Again, we take a look at Incredible Hulk. And again, started talking to himself in third person. You know, when we went to I will smash you to Hulk will smash you. We first when we first met him, various characters, we already noticed that Hulk is going through some changes. Again, notably from the Avengers Assemble, and also other notable appearances in comic book history as well. What did the Hulk originally talk like? Recently, we did some studies and research. Some famous researchers had found out when they first met the Hulk, his strength is derived mainly on his rage. Few people are very curious, though, as to how Hulk is changing his language over the years. It also is noticed it's been planning out some when we first met on this topic later with one of our readers when he asked, is the original gray appearance into the green appearance? An intelligent and next person, even more cunning. When did he start morphing into a more childlike Hulk smash, Hulk not talking complete sentence version, rather than associate him for so long? Well, okay, I guess we'll do that research right now. When the Hulk debuted in The Incredible Hulk #1 by Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, and his other friend Paul Reinman, he interestingly enough did talk in stilted half sentences. Yeah, everybody, he sure did. However, it's unclear whether at first he's talking like this because he has to talk whether that way or because Stan Lee wants him to talk that way. Again, that's the mystery, everyone. That's the mystery. The gamma technology, as we see, the gamma radiation has totally wiped some of Banner's brain. Yeah, really, really weird, everyone. But very soon, though, it is clear, though, that is the later of the two idea, though. But again, he's a little more scared. The dialogue was a little off. He was more in control, though. But as far as normal language goes, he's more monstrous of what he said. Again, Thunderbolt Ross has been trying to go hunt for him for many years now. Now, in striking early appearances, Hulk has changed back to Banner notable times, though it has affected his brain. His brain is literally on fire. Can you imagine your brain catching on fire just from radiation from gamma rays? That would be scary. Now again, this never picked up really by Stan Lee though. Too bad Stan Lee's not around anymore because otherwise he would answer your question. Anyway, though, any events where we saw the Hulk and how he talked, he kind of looked like a hooligan. But in general, though, he's a regular person, though, who just transforms into the Hulk. You know, the monster we know, the green monster we know today. The interesting thing, though, is when we read the Hulk, we're like, okay, we note one time where he's like, a hilarious history. The Hulk original series only had 6 books. And then he came back again after fans had demanded them to come back, and then they wrote him again. But on the other hand, guys, the more important thing to take from today is that it's noticed the huge role of Rick Jones he had played in the story of the Hulk. He's vital to the stories and the approaches by Kirby, Steve Ditko, and all the other famous Gold Age writers. Again, noted that Banner and the Hulk are know the truth about the Hulk. Banner became the Hulk due to Rick's recklessness. Rick is not solely to blame, though, because he didn't freaking know, but indebted to the Hulk, though. He cannot leave his side. Again, this is the reason for the change, sort of. But there's more. When did the Hulk start speaking in third person? Okay, you want to know? However, the Hulk received his feature in Tales to Astonish number 60, written by Steve Ditko, Stan Lee, and his friend George Russos. Again, Rick is nowhere to be found, though, part of the cast of the Avengers at some point, as a junior member, sort of, to like the Wasp. I was thinking, like, okay, Hulk and Banner had no idea where the secret is, though. But they found out later what's happening. Obviously, Ditko and Lee have the Hulk transform back and forth without the Rick help in the process. The character became too much of the Hulk versus Banner. We had to think of this, though, because before it wasn't totally a new thing, though. It was a central focus to the Hulk now. It's the Tales to Astonish number 61. Now, you can tell that from the bit from number 63, Stan Lee has really leaned into the Hulk, saying, not Banner deal. Alright, it draws attention to the dichotomy of the two of them, saying the Hulk inherently referred himself as the Hulk. Guessing that Stan Lee started the sound of it, though. Again, the end of Tales Astonished 65, Dick Ayers is now inking for Ditko. Lee has repeated the sort of stilted half-sentence approaching from the Incredible Hulk number 1. The Hulk is in a battle with, we guess, probably the leader. And again, he keeps fighting and we just gotta keep this rolling. Okay. He's injured though, but again, you go away and he thinks it's calmer and speaks more normal. But not really though. And suspecting though, Stan Lee has started to think that the Hulk has kind of had his own standard way of talking though. Because in the next book, Vince Colita is now inking for Ditko. The Dirty Reds kill a man and they just helped the Hulk in the previous book. Huh. Weird. But again, perhaps the loss of another friend was a bit much. Whatever the reason was, Hulk went on a standard bit of referring himself as Hulk instead of I. from that point forward. Thanks to Scott for that suggestion. Anybody else who has interest in comic book questions, drop them down at Brian C. at comicbookresources.com. Again, you can message him directly if you want. Or you can write him a letter or a message or something. Yeah, if you have a comic book question like the Hulk question, let that person know that I just mentioned to y'all. The guy I just said. You can just say, like, okay, here's a question I had about a comic book. Is there any way you can do a news about it? It's like, okay, then that's what they're paid to do. It's okay. We're going back to the main page of CBR. We're trying to see if there's something else. We're going to talk about a couple more things on CBR, and then we'll probably talk about some things on Game Rant. Just to kind of fill the time in, sort of. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go over to exclusive pretty soon. I'm running out of things on the actual main page. I'm running out of things on the main page though. Okay, there's an obscure character that had a cameo from The Rise of Skywalker. You want to know who it is? I can let you know. 5 hours ago. Star Wars Adventures number 13. There are some spoilers. From domineering the force-wielding Sith, the bounty hunters and creatures, to the Baby Yoda, there is no question the Star Wars galaxy is something for everyone. There's a number of subgenre to the sci-fi franchise, though. In instances, though, New Hope was the best one, though. Phantom Menace was a political one, and Solo was a heist film. Though anyone can almost argue that in the Star Wars year, though. Recently, though, the gunslinging space westerns genres have been most attention to the fan, though. Boba Fett, Din Djarin, and Cad Bane found themselves in a spotlight as free bounty hunters squared off in Boba Fett. Disney Plus isn't the only place where you can find those, though. Star Wars comics also have that, too. From the Rise of Skywalker, under the alias of Rafgar Den. Rafgar Den. Yes, Rafgar Den. Just like Disney Plus, the small screen, bounty hunters have also made mention in comic books, everybody. Marvel had finished extended crossover events between multiple different books. The War of the Bounty Hunters told the story of Han Solo, his long, arduous journey to the Cloud City to Jabba Palace. The crossover directed to a crossover again called the Crimson Reign. We also talked about that before. Also the Crimson Dawn Syndicate. Yep, the Crimson Dawn Crime Syndicate, everybody. Okay. Rafgar Den, his identity, however, is not addressed in the War of the Bounty Hunters or the Crimson Reign. Again, however, this has happened in Star Wars Adventure series, though, from IDW Publishing. Since they've geared more to a young audience, the IDW Star Wars doesn't always get the same attention the Marvel does. Certainly, they are a lot more fun, though. Fans are just keeping up with the series just from 13 and 14, and a particular note, though. In stories called The Repair Shop, you have Rey's transporting a black market smuggler to aid resistance from grounded on a planet from where bounty hunters have captured this person, and of course, Rey is able to foil these bounty hunter efforts, and how she did that is very interesting, because fans notice as Rafgar Den is actually an alias that's noted in this story. Okay, to free this other character we know in the story, Rey had to engage in a bit of a fake flattery. So she's one of the best bounty hunters of the entire galaxy. Had to put him up above the ranks of Hrothgar Den, Boba Fett, Black Corsentan. But then we know this character we know, Ferris, had started mussing around with the status. He's replaced the name of Hrothgar Den to the name we know today as Dengar. You probably know Dengar if you know The Empire Strikes Back. Yes, Dengar. You know, Hrothgar is Hrothgar Den actually is now Dengar, and they've confirmed it. Dengar is one of the most prolific bounty hunters, like Boba Fett was, and was introduced as one of the bounty hunters from Empire Strikes Back, and was one of Vader's top choices to hunt down Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon. But obviously, we know Boba Fett had found Solo first. Not only was Dengar his only appearance in the franchise, though, he actually worked with the young Boba and the Asajj Ventress from the Star Wars Clone Wars, everybody. Yes, he sure did. During the reign of the Empire. Yes, the old Empire, not the new Empire, not the new Empire, but the old Empire. Again, regularly's found employment with the Hutts, like Jabba the Hutt. He's worked with other notable hunters like Bosk, Valance, and Jas Imari. Now, those are some other notable bounty hunters. Ferris has confirmed that Dengar, his actual real name was Hrothgar Den, before he changed his name to Dengar. However, that means that apparently Dengar has underwent a significant cybernetic enhancement after the fall from the Empire to fill in his bounty hunting skills. His cameo from the Rise of Skywalker in the comics put in his cybernetic life and put in out of work since he was working strong ever since the end of the sequels. Yeah, that's what's going on with the obscure reference of Dengar. Again, let me know your thoughts. I think it's really cool. You actually have Dengar. Pretty awesome. You know Dengar. Yeah, Dengar is pretty awesome. He's like he's like probably perhaps like one of my he's probably like on like my top 5 favorite bounty hunters. Easily somewhere in the top 5 of my best favorite bounty hunters of the Star Wars galaxy. Yeah. Okay, everyone, let's just keep going. There is a lot of stuff on here. Holy schnizzle whizzle. Holy schnizzle whizzle. There's a lot of stuff on here, everyone. Lots of stuff on here. Yeah. Okay, everyone. You want to know more? Okay. You want to know more about Peacemaker? Yeah, John Cena had broke the silence on Peacemaker and the Justice League cameo. This was 7 hours ago, everyone. Discussing the cameos of the Justice League from Peacemaker and the gratitude of the stars that were involved. Warning, there are spoilers of episode 8. It's Cal or Never, which is now available on HBO Max. John Cena has discussed his cameos of the Justice League from Season 1 finale of Peacemaker. The finale of Season 1, Cal or Never, has saw the DC Extended Universe Justice League arrive to help the Peacemaker team stop the Butterfly invasion after the fight was over. Although we had Aquaman and the Flash, they respond to insults In interviews with fandom, he expressed his gratitude to the actor taking part in the show. Again, they were able to put themselves in the limelight as everyone did, though. But there are so many jokes on them, though. But again, he explained, though, it wasn't really a joke. But again, later it's told, though. But then again, for the good of all show, everyone. Whether then the intention to not, really helped us, though. Especially after 8 episodes of this show. It's put a major stamp on the universe. Yeah. Everybody know that the new player of the DC Universe is now Peacemaker. Yeah. So playing on an equal play field, just like our other heroes and people of the universe. Okay. Cameos also serve as a big payoff to a season-long gag. We know Peacemaker has insulted every hero on DC Universe. He spread malicious rumors about him. He even said he's jealous of other heroes because of what they have. He wants that, but he doesn't have it. So he has to have his bad mouth do everything. Calling the Flash a D-bag, he's also wove his jokes around Aquaman, also. He's talked about Wonder Woman's desire for him, even though Wonder Woman's not about that. And then everything he says is just so weird. He wants to be there where they are, though, but confrontation of the League just goes just more jokes. So it's like, what the hell? Okay, conspicuously, though, absent from the League, we know Batman and Cyborg aren't there, though. Again, stand-ins from the Dark Knight were there, though, but again, I talked about that on a different video. Again, James Gunn had higher-ups at Warner Brothers and the reasons why. They couldn't give reasons as to why at that time, though. There are reasons behind that, though, this conspiracy theory. They are actually uncertain whether or not those reasons are. It might just be the future stuff, though. Fans have theorized that Ben Affleck is uncertain future of the universe and Ray Fisher Cyborg's condemnation of the Justice League director Joss Whedon from his on-set behaviors. Related to this article, Peacemaker had just accomplished what Marvel TV could never do. Which I might actually do that if you guys want me to. Just let me know in the comments. If not, I'm just going to assume and then I'll do it myself. So from the last episode that broke viewership records from HBO Max, it became the most singly viewed episode of the series in the whole history. Shortly before it aired, Peacemaker was renewed for a second season. We just honored to humble the response of Peacemaker, experience of his character. Cena said, "Thank you, James Gunn. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, HBO Max, my crew, my castmates, my friends." And he tirelessly make this unforgettable series. You can watch it now on HBO Max. Okay, everyone. You want to know about that thing I just said? Peacemaker just accomplished what Marvel TV could never do? Okay, I'll talk about it for you guys. This was about 2 days ago. Okay, Peacemaker had just accomplished what Marvel TV could never do. Yes, it's true. So, DC Universe is venturing television with Peacemaker. They managed to bring more people together in a way that Marvel has not done with the Marvel Universe. 2 days ago. Warning, there are spoilers from the final episode of Peacemaker. Now streams on HBO Max. Crossovers are a big part of this television series, though. Exclusions of Marvel to the series, though. The DC Universe, on the other hand, allow the character to move freely through their show. Justice League and Peacemaker Season 1 finale. Peacemaker is not a stranger when referencing heroes in his universe, most of whom he just does jokes of. Aquaman's often joked by Peacemaker Chris Smith, and Vigilante is having sex with fish. Season finale had quipped Green Arrow attends brony conventions dressed as as the back half of Twilight Sparkle. Regardless of these rumors, it confirms Oliver Queen's existence as notoriety as a hero in the universe. Has added DC with a cherry on top, everyone. Yes, Justice League shows up after the final butterfly fight. Ezra Miller and Jason Momoa had reprised their roles, respectively. Related to this article, Peacemaker has exposed superheroes in annoying plot armor. Literally, guys, literally. But okay. Peacemaker has the star-studded cameo and amazing features. Again, it acts as reminders the competition is failing in that category. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is taking the lead at crossover racing, especially with the Guardians of the Galaxy and Avenger working together in Infinity War. The show is very lacking, though. The shows are lacking. That for the teases of cameo, leaving room for Fury. The only exciting appearance, though, that stands in Justice League and Peacemaker was Kingpin. That was it. Kingpin. And the series has made Daredevil canon in Marvel Cinematic Universe. But other than Kingpin, Marvel shows have really lacked on a lot of crossover stuff. Keeping the Arrowverse shows in the air, though. Again, first Marvel show during the beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has hinted the Battle of New York to anticipate Tony Stark and Thor, although that never happened. Again, cycles of catastrophic affairs heroes are responsible for. Any help from the Avengers? I don't know. So, latest article, Peacemaker Vigilante is a big improvement over his comic book counterpart. You want to know more about him, I'll let you know, but otherwise I'd keep going. The Avengers being shut out of the picture has become very frustrating for the Marvel Cinematic Universe to get laughed at for. Ant-Man Scott Lang has suggested Avengers hearing about the Yellow Jacket project, but it is left to just be a joke. Sam Wilson and Bucky Barnes are fixing a boat. Eternals are busy stopping an emergence. Wanda is just subconsciously enslaved an entire town under her own magic and WandaVision, so the Avengers were conveniently nowhere to be found. So, in always gloating on being a family, compared to the Justice League, the Avengers seem to be a group of random people who just pick and choose where they want to go. Peacemaker refuses to take that mistake and question the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the irrationality of hero absence. So, the daughter has asked Amanda Waller, her mom, to send the Justice League to Task Force X team looking for a little discouraging. It seems that Amanda has scrapped this request, though. The Justice League, but without Cyborg or Batman, actually arrive, but in the really late part of it, though. Nonetheless, the Justice League does seem really reliable. Seem a little more reliable than the Avengers were. But even if they had awful timing, to see how the Justice League's bringing in action for Peacemaker just shows you just how awesome the DC universe is going right now. So I don't know, everybody. Marvel, I'm sorry, guys. You're really dropping the ball, guys. You're dropping the ball at Marvel. You're really dropping the ball there. So, I'm just saying. You gotta do something, Marvel. Because Peacemaker just kicked your freaking ass. Okay, so let's go CBR exclusive. See if there's stuff on the CBR exclusive. Okay, everybody. Let's look. We're trying to see if we can find an exclusive that actually is interesting. Oh my gosh. Comic book resources is really cool. But we're trying to see if there's actually something. Okay. You want to know what's going on with Jennifer Holland? I can let you know what's going on with Jennifer Holland. She's an actress you saw from Peacemaker. Jennifer Holland from Peacemaker has tackled her badass role from the season finale. Yes, Jennifer Holland from Peacemaker reflected on her finale in season 1 of Peacemaker as her character is very excited to explore season 2. This is only 3 days ago. There are spoilers for the final episode of Peacemaker on HBO Max. Following the success of The Suicide Squad by James Gunn, the director has created the very first DC Extended Universe streaming service series. Now, Peacemaker and John Cena star in his series. Gunn has brought back other characters of Suicide Squad, notably the most vengeful leader of the team, Jennifer Holland, who also played her character Amelia Harcourt. She, and of course her other friend, has stood up against Amanda Waller. Their punishment was working with the Peacemaker to stop butterflies. Stop butterflies. Okay, she is a complicated character to say so. But again, Peacemaker Season 1 starts off with the season as a practical, deadly, independent handler. In Peacemaker, though, she's continued to be an August leader, although she's made more clear that in Season 1 finale, she take more out of the countless butterflies and has saved everyone's life. And about her badass portrayal in the series Peacemaker, where she is very, very, very excited about Season 2. Okay. There are more, guys. Jennifer Holland. Okay. We want to know. CBR is asking her, what is it like to learn about your character? It's not only coming back after the Suicide Squad, but playing in Peacemaker. Jennifer Holland, she said, it was very delightful. I had no expectation whatsoever when we shot the Suicide Squad, but we didn't think you'd ever see my character again. I was kind of surprised to see my character come back. Originally, my character in the script was called something, again with the context too, but we think her name decided on this was better. Again, we think it's just because we thought it was more fun for fans to say, oh hey, that's Amelia Harcourt. She's one of the characters in the comics. I have no expectations of her before. I mean, even after Suicide Squad. So I'm just very, very excited to be a part of this, though. Got to work with Viola Davis. She's just a goddamn legend. She's incredible. I gotta work with my friend Steve. And I got to work just like the most incredible crew ever. James puts together such incredible teams of people who work on those films and series. It's very incredible, though. Really amazing. So just to get to do this is a treasure for me. And then finding out that his COVID anxiety gave incredible opportunities to my character going on to be a dream come true for me. That's amazing. We want to talk to you about Steve a bit. You and Steve work side by side in the Suicide Squad. What's it like spending more time together in Peacemaker? What is your favorite part about the character dynamic together? Steve and I have been good friends. Well, because we are very good friends. James and I, again, also had a friendship too. But again, we don't even know how many years. Maybe 15 years or something. So it's like, okay, I've known Steve as long as I've known James. We've met him really early on, though. But James, about 7 years ago or so, he's a really great friend. He's very down to earth. Wonderful guy. So getting to work with him is really exciting. Really excited to work with him on Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. Again, great photographer, by the way, too. He's always got his camera in his hand. Always taking behind-scenes shots, though. He's goofing around sometimes, though, and a lot. He's not on the camera, though, but you can almost guarantee he's either filming while you're messing up the lines or he's doing something to try to break you to laugh. He's a very joy. He's a joy to be around. So getting to work with him more on the show is like getting to hang out with a good friend. It's awesome. I love him. Okay. As you've mentioned, you've worked with Gunn before, especially from the Suicide Squad. So what is your style of his directing, and what's made you really excited about you exploring your character in Peacemaker? I think James Wright's incredible. His dialogue is really fun to perform. His characters are often, especially females, I find pretty quick-witted. I'm really blown away by the depth of his in-depths of his characters he wrote for me. All the nuances he created over the course of the series of Amelia Harcourt. It's like a dream. As an actress, you kind of go along with it, hoping someday you'll get an opportunity like I am. I'm really grateful for it. James is all along hoping someday you'll get an opportunity like me. I'm so grateful for it too. James's style of directing, again, has always where he's always incredibly prepared to get where he was on set. He knows exactly what he wants, when he wants, where he wants. He knows exactly how he's going to shoot everything. He's just trying to fit the end result for what he's created in his brain. In the end of it, he's really great and he's exactly what he wanted. It then allows him to play around with it because he's already gotten exactly what he wanted. And then you get to try some new things. I saw him direct other actors before we worked with him, but I was like, oh my gosh, I hope it works someday. We get to work together and just be like so much fun. He tries a million different things. He throws different things for you to try new things. He gets an opportunity to have a director who's involved in the hands-on and really actively trying to make sure you get the best story in your performance. The best performance on the day. I think it is awesome. Okay, going back to what you're talking about, the death we see with Amelia. She goes through this huge amount of character growth from the season. Were you excited to see her explore come more of her journey when it's being a little bit closed off to see from the end of season one? I was really excited to explore everything. Getting to do all the physical stuff that the role required for was one of the things I've been hoping for my entire life, my entire career. I would go ahead and do it again because I'm very, very active, very athletic. I wear lots of tights. I wear lots of tights. And I grew up in competitive gymnastics. So I'm always wanted to able to meld things together and be part of myself with an acting career. I get to play a type of strong female character who always does all these physical, sexy types of things, like the fighting and everything. Absolute dream for me though. Sarah Connor is probably one of my biggest childhood inspirations. She's very strong and a badass female character. Whenever someone compliments my arms in the opening credit dance sequence, it always makes you think. Me wearing a poofy jacket in the entire series, I'm like, yes! Thank goodness someone noticed. I really excited to do all this physical, sexy type of stuff the role required. I got a great time and it was incredibly physically demanding though. But you really get an idea of these stunt actors you put themselves through. Because you do that much more than what you had to do. I really get this pretty grueling though. But it gets different depths of appreciation when you really have stunt actors do the put your body through it. Beyond this though, I was a little afraid when approaching my character though. But I am afraid people wouldn't understand hardcore. I was afraid people would think she was a bitch because she didn't have enough credit to society of how she was able to watch strong female characters from the screen. But I was okay with it. I'm a little afraid of people being misunderstood and wouldn't understand the nuance of my character and just feeling like she's really a cold-hearted bitch. That's not the way people see her, though. We are very grateful for her because didn't want to pull her back because we wanted to see more of her on this show. She started as closed off, but wanted to make sure she had a full arc from her series. Yeah, I would love to touch on one of the biggest dynamics of your show, which is between Amelia and Peacemaker. What is it like exploring your complex relationship with Cena? Especially when Cena developed through the entire season. John is one of the greatest guys of the business. He gave 100% of himself to the show, to a role he is totally committed to. Always incredibly prepared, he never complained about anything. I can always learn something from any person from the business. I'm incredibly gracious prepared to the lack of his ego. And John and I were doing this show. He's such a great leader in the cast. He has such a great tone. Getting to explore his character dynamics between our characters and my character was so fun. He's totally committed to who this guy is. He makes it 100% easier to do my job, though, because he's totally prepped and totally fit and totally committed to be his character. Wrapping that up now, we want to talk about the physicality of your character. We want to know your favorite action and fight scene, how you got to do it, and why, because there are so many badass moments of hardcore. It's such a hard thing to do and answer because I just love all my fight scenes. I guess I'll say the Judo Master fight was pretty my favorite though, because my sequence allowed my character to go through a pretty complex emotion journey throughout the 60-second or 90-second fight sequence we had though. I don't know how long it was though, but I like my idea where she was taking out the emotion she's having lost in Myrn and feeling everything closing in on him. Possibility of not being able to complete the mission, but thinking everything's coming down from her in that moment. Me and her feeling the same intense emotion about Myrn. She also is the type of person who doesn't really allow that type of emotions. Dealing with her and again the intense rage of the fight with Judo Master, we think that's really different type of fight sequence married to an emotional journey along with it. I'm really incredibly well choreographed. Again, fight sequences and choreography directed by Wayne Daglish was our stunt coordinator. He did an incredible job directing the sequence. Really encouraged me to not hold back. He always helped me get the aggression out when I had my COVID mask on my face. Most of the time, though. I had rehearsed those same sequences, so I took my mask off. I realized there were times I sometimes even smiled, like I wasn't connected, even though I was connected. And I just have a good time doing this stuff. I wasn't connected to much of the emotional journey as I needed to though be, but I just had a little bit more. I would have had a little bit too much fun. I love the fight sequence. I just thought it's really great that the actor who played the judo master was my scene partner. He's so lovely though. Again, the most wonderful human he makes though. Again, it's anything to do with that fight sequence with Judo Master. And most incredible, he made the most incredible pottery. He sent out a bunch of coffee mugs and bowls and mini bowls and shit. I have kind of a bowl fetish. So I love little mini bowls, and he's just lovely and wonderful. It's just so great to have him in the sequence. You can now watch Amelia Harcourt kick some ass throughout Peacemaker Season 1, now streaming on HBO Max. Yeah, Amelia Harcourt. Man, I wanted to talk about her because I think she's one of my freaking favorites. I think of the new show Peacemaker, she has to be probably my favorite of females on that show. Because, like I said, she wore like the poofy jackets, she wore tights. Like, god damn, she fucking sexy as hell, man. Mila Harcourt's freaking sexy. Very sexy. Even the part where, like, the intro song, the intro song where all of them were dancing. I like that. That's so cool. Okay, we're just gonna keep going and we're just gonna try to find. There was something I was looking for that I wanted to talk about earlier, talking about Peacemaker again, but I'm trying to freaking see where the hell it was. Maybe it's under CBR exclusives. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Peacemaker's director James Gunn and Jennifer Holland also have announced their engagement. Yes, they announced engagement. Yes, engagement. Yes, like they're engaged. Yeah. I wanted to talk about this. This was several hours ago. James Gunn, the creator and producer of Peacemaker, announces his engagement to the actress Amelia Harcourt actor Jennifer Holland. You know the girl I just talked about who I thought is really sexy? That wears the poofy jackets and the tights? Yeah. We're talking about her and James Gunn and how they're getting engaged. Okay, Peacemaker creator, writer, director, executive producer James Gunn has announced his engagement to Amelia Harcourt, the actress Jennifer Holland. Gunn has shared a photo of her on Twitter, and the actress can be seen wearing a large engagement ring on her left hand. She's sipping coffee. The photo is captioned with a smirking face and lots of heart emojis. Okay, yeah, she's very fucking sexy. I think she's like gonna probably be like one of the freaking sexiest women I'm ever gonna freaking see. Probably for this year. She had to freaking for this year, 2022. She has to probably be on the list right now for top sexiest actresses in comic book universe things. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just really stoked. Okay, so now they have been an item since 2015. Their professional collaboration was on a series we know in 2019. Gunn has produced and again she co-starred again in a role too. They met together in the 2021 Suicide Squad. She played Amelia Harcourt again, and that was her debut in the DC universe. She's also reprised her role in 8 episodes of Peacemaker Season 1. Prior to those projects, she was also known for American Horror Story, the series Bones, Days of Our Lives, Cougar Town, Sun Records, and other awesome things. News of Gunn and Holland's engagement comes hot on the heels, not just from the season 1 finale, but just the fact that there's announced that there's going to be a second season getting picked up on Peacemaker on HBO Max. Creating the Peacemaker has been one of the truest highlights of my entire life, both professional and otherwise. John Cena has an incredible team with me, though. It's already their partners in HBO Max, Gunn said. To have someone and something we love so much by the audience around the world. It's something that's so wonderful. Wonderful experience. I can't wait for folks to see where Team Peacemaker goes for season 2. Of course, the finale itself for the first season, though, has left a lot of fans buzzing. They want to know what happened largely to the Justice League cameo with the Flash and Aquaman, and the stand-in for Superman and Wonder Woman. Again, turns out though, conspicuous missing Batman and Cyborg. Also supposed to be part of the lineup. Batman stand-in Matt Turner was revealed to be cut in the finale. Gunn has previously explained, I don't know what I can, but I do know what I do can. But then there are reasons for it, but I'm actually uncertain whether I can say yours or where the reasons are. And I might have to do the future stuff. Peacemaker Season 1 is now available to stream on HBO Max. Season 2 has to still receive a premiere date. We don't know when Season 2 is. We have to find out a date. We don't know the date. But when we find out the date, I'll have to let you know. But until then, we're just stuck with the Peacemaker stuff we have right now. Okay, the time check right now is almost 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 hours and 15 minutes, and there's been no comments or response in the top chat room. So I'm guessing I'm just kind of on my own with this one. If people want to comment after I finish this stream, they can, but they have to comment underneath my video. Not in the chat though, but The chat's only open when I have the live stream. Otherwise, it's not open anymore. Okay. I just thought I'd talk about how the James Gunn and the actress who played Amelia Harcourt were now announced their engagement. I think that's pretty awesome. Oh my god. Wow. Amelia Harcourt, she's really fucking sexy. Very sexy. Very sexy. I'd just fucking watch Peacemaker again if I wanted to, because just to watch her, because she's fucking sexy. Very sexy. But okay. I'm gonna switch gears and I'm gonna go to now I said I was gonna do Game Rant. So let's go to Game Rant. Now I know some stuff on Game Rant is kind of whatever, but okay, we're gonna talk about some stuff on Game Rant. I wish we're gonna try to. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Okay. You want to know if the new Sonic game, you want to know if the Sonic game will feature Shadow? I can let you know. So, will Sonic Frontiers, the new game, feature Shadow in the game? That's a good question. Sonic Frontiers hasn't confirmed many returning characters yet. It's hard not to imagine Shadow coming back. It's pretty awesome though, because Shadow is like one of my freaking favorites. I mean, he is one of my freaking favorites. I like him a lot. Like, Shadow is awesome. Shadow's awesome. This is posted an hour ago, everyone. So let's go down and read some more about Shadow. Okay, so official reveals of Sonic Frontiers was announced in 2021. It wasn't particularly surpassing for Sega though, as they teased it before. The big question is, again, we don't know, it's meant to release sometime this holiday, but we don't know when in the holiday. That's the thing. That makes lots of Sega and Sonic team people figure out when it's going to be. Lots of people want to know what Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Eggman, and of course the other core characters of Sonic the Hedgehog franchise and recognizable faces. Most recognizable of all is Shadow. Shadow, Shadow, Sonic's counterpart, who's often alternated between anti-hero, antagonist, and also an ally for Team Sonic. Hasn't confirmed yet on Shadow. Will Shadow be in Sonic Frontiers? I don't know. As much as Sonic fans love Shadow, it is what fans want to know is, will Shadow appear? That's a good question. Will Shadow be in the game? That's a question. Okay, so a few supposed Sonic Frontier details say that Shadow would be a good chance for appearing. The thing is, though, Sonic Frontier's plot supposedly kicks off with Eggman trying to harness the Starfall Island technology, which has horribly gone wrong. Now, the reason why it's gone wrong, though, is because it's a disaster experiment, where Eggman basically sounds like he's exacting this kind of thing Shadow considers, interfering with the track record of begrudging the world of destruction. Although Shadow is very bound to having equally destructive solutions in mind, Sonic has to preserve the Starfall Island from an annihilation of multiple different fronts. What is more is that Sonic Frontiers is supposed to feature Sonic and his friends, again leading off in the series again, like all games were. Although famous Sonic voice actors are supposed to reprise their roles again. Sonic Frontiers, Sonic and his friends are apparently endangered by Eggman again, suggesting they're not able to help him explore the Starfall Island most of the time. Now, again, Shadow can end up working together with Sonic in the Steed. If Sonic and Shadow team up again in their dire situation during the debut of Sonic, during their debut game in Sonic Adventure 2, this considers how mysterious the dangers of Starfall Islands are. Sonic may very well need Shadow help again if Tails, Knuckle, and Amy are missing. That would be nice. Hey, have Shadow help. That'd be nice. Shadow in his next big role. Perhaps the thing though is, will Shadow appear in Sonic Frontiers? Starfall Islands themselves, Sonic the Hedgehog is going to look like a elaborate new place. Again, it makes sense the Sonic team kept characters returned to a minimum. They can focus on expanding the history of Sonic Frontiers. Ultimately, though, it seems unlikely Starfall Islands would keep Shadow from making his appearance. New location enemies have kept Shadow out of the spotlight from games like Sonic Boom. Although there's room for him in Sonic Frontiers. That'd be nice if he does. Sonic fans are already excited about Sonic Frontiers, and a good reason. It's an open design game. It sounds very fun. Most of like Sonic's miniature speed. If Shadow returns, the hype of Sonic Frontiers would go higher. It'd go right through the roof. Now, ever since Sonic Adventure 2, Shadow has been a very favorite character. Now, there is no doubt the Sonic team knows Shadow can be a major boon to the Sonic Frontiers. Now, again, matter of deciding what role he plays. Is he a second antagonist or is he an ally to Sonic? Shadow has a lot to offer. Again, Sonic Frontiers releases in the holidays of 2022 for PC, PS4, PS5, Switch, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. Okay, everybody, that's what's going on right now with Sonic Frontiers. I figured I'd tell you and figure out whether or not we figure out if Shadow is going to return. We don't know if Shadow is going to return, but this is kind of hard to imagine because, like I said, we should have Shadow because Shadow is very awesome. We love Shadow. You would love Shadow. I would love Shadow. They would love Shadow. You know, Shadow is awesome. Shadow is really awesome. I love him a lot. He's really awesome. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. Now since my computer's fully charged again. Woohoo! My computer is charged again. We're just trying to figure out what else we can talk on Game Rant. Okay, everybody. Did you know Dragon Ball is going to be having a movie? Yes, Dragon Ball is going to be having a movie, getting a North American release this summer. Yes, a new film with Dragon Ball is to open in Japan on April 22nd, making the way to North America theaters in the summer. Yes! Now, if you remember Dragon Ball, watching Dragon Ball or playing Dragon Ball, you're a legend because this is going to be awesome. Dragon Ball Super Superhero. Again, we know there's a new upcoming Dragon Ball Super Superhero anime film is going to release sometime in the summer in the USA. Now, the announcements made by Dragon Ball Games, the battle hours from the 2022 events from Saturday. An auto audio clip showcasing the film antagonist, again, has showed during an event the producers from Japan themselves and director from Japan. Again, like I said, it's really good. Now, Dragon Ball Super Superhero is first announced in May 2021. Their teaser trailer has also been in a festival in 2022 event and also for December. Now, again, the film is also to introduce new characters between Goku and other characters of the Red Ribbon Army. Now, the film is featured Goku and all his friends, and the newest visual of the film hints that his friends have gotten some sort of roles in the movie and well. Newly introduced Gamma 1, Gamma 2, two Red Ribbon Army androids sent after Goku and his family. And also, Kamiya is best known for his roles as Koyama Aragi and a Monogatari series, Yato and Noragami, and Levi Ackerman on Attack on Titan. You know Attack on Titan if you watch Attack on Titan and read it. You're also a legend. Miyano is also best for playing Ridano, Okyame, and Steins Gate. Lin Yon in Full Metal Alchemist and Brotherhood and Death the Kid and Soul Eater. Yeah, it's really good. Superhero is a new movie by Dragon Ball Super Superhero, is following that of the 2018 Dragon Ball Super Broly. Again, that film's entirely in computer graphics, guys. Computer graphics. Where Broly was a mix of computer graphics with two-dimensional animation. Planning for this film since 2018, the year prior to the Broly's release, Akira Toriyama will once again be heavily involved in the project, handling both screenplays and character designs, also contributing lines to dialogue from the films. Toei Animation will return to produce the films, with Superhero standing as Kodami's directorial debut Nokosati and composed the scores. Kodami's also previously served as computer graphic sequence director for Broly, and Sodale has also composed music for Assassination Classroom, Eureka 7, and Pretty Cure series. Yeah, guys, Dragon Ball Super Superhero is a new movie that will release in Japan on April 22nd, 2022. The film is supposed to release outside Japan sometime in the USA, sometime in the summer. It's going to be really awesome. And you can find the source from our friend Anime News Network. Yes. Now, if you like to follow anime, this is your ticket, guys. This is your ticket. Dragon Ball Super has a new movie. Dragon Ball Super Superhero movie. It's going to be happening in the summer. It's going to make way in the summer once it hits in the spring in Japan. It's going to be really awesome. Now, I remember I played the Dragon Ball games on PlayStation 2, and I also remember watching some of the original Dragon Balls. But Dragon Ball Super is a really, really awesome good anime as well. Picking up from the original Dragon Ball. I mean, following Goku and his family. Really awesome. Okay. We want to go to movies and TV under Game Rant. Just see what we can find in movies and TVs from Game Rant. We want to see if we can find something. We want to see if we can find something. Okay, everybody. You want to know more about HBO Max? Yeah, I'll let you know. So, Dune, you know the movie Dune? Dune, the movie from last year, is reportedly now going to be available to stream on HBO Max very soon. Following a successful HBO Max trial run of the movie Dune, it is actually going to return to the stream platform very soon. Yes, because the movie last year from 2021, the movie Dune, is going to be available to stream very soon to HBO Max. Now, following the theatrical stream runs from 2021 because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the sci-fi epic we know Dune is now reportedly now returning to HBO Max very, very soon. Based on the Frank Herbert's acclaimed 1965 novel Dune, it follows the Atreides family accepting the stewardship of a dangerous desert planet, the Iraqis, also referred to as the Dune. They contain the most valuable substances in the universe, the spices, as part of the Warner Brothers hybrid models for the 2021 slate films. Dune was premiered on HBO Max the same day it was released in theatrical theaters. Now, again, the film has been available to stream for 30 days from the platform, but now the good news is, guys, there is hope. It's going to come back. Yes, it's coming back. Now successfully grossing over $400 million across the world. Along with being a huge success, Dune has earned 10 Academy Award nominations. It's appeared the film's return to HBO Max ahead of the big ceremony. According to hidden reports, Dune is going to return the streaming platform next month on March the 10th. Yes, March the 10th, right before the final votes of the Oscars. The film is also going to be available to rent and buy on digital services on Apple TV, Prime Video, Vudu, Google Play, and YouTube. Yes. While it's also great the film is returning to HBO Max, again, the opportunity to hopefully attract greater audiences. We know these filmmakers were opposed to their initial 30-day stream decisions. In fact, Dune HBO Max release was a pretty bad decision, though. But again, even if they stand against the hybrid model, the director still said, in good terms, though, the studio was gearing up to film the movie, and the second part is going to take place on July 2022, which is officially going to greenlight only a week after the Dune release. Still in the early development for part 2, it is going to be more fun, though. It's going to be plenty of world build and several character and story arc development. The film production approaching, fans could also expect more details surrounding Dune Part 2, the service on the internet, very soon. Again, Dune, the star-starred ensemble include Timothée Chalamet and other popular names too. Again, we know that there's a lot of popular names in that movie. Dune is currently playing in theaters and available on digital platforms, with Dune Part 2 going to be set to arrive in theaters on October the 20th of 2023. Yes, very interesting. Okay, so that's what's going on with HBO Max and the release of Dune. I think it's awesome that we're going to see Dune come back pretty soon. Okay, we're just gonna keep going. Just keep going. Yeah. You want to know what's going on with RDJ? Robert Downey Jr.? Yeah, I can tell you what's going on with Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. has reunited with the Iron Man 3 director, Shane Black, for a new movie. Robert Downey Jr. and the Iron Man 3 director, Shane Black, are reuniting for a new movie for Amazon Studios based from the Parker novels. Yes, the Parker novels. This was announced 5 hours ago. Okay, everybody. So I'm just going to use the bathroom, but I'm going to try my best not to drop my computer, because that would be really, really bad. But again, like I said, yeah, before I use the bathroom, I'm just going to finish up the Proud Family movie. But also, right now, I'm on an episode of Sesame Street that's simultaneously playing in the background, where Elmo had grown super, super tall. He's grown like a super tall giant. It's like a giant Elmo. It's really interesting, though. It's an episode that I'm revisiting, of course. It's in the background. You don't have to hear it because the copyright laws would be bad. I have the sound on off. but you have me, so I'm talking about stuff here on the universe. So let's go back to what we said about Iron Man. Okay. Robert Downey Jr. and filmmaker Shane Black were officially reunited for a brand new movie for Amazon Studios. The last the two have worked together was from Iron Man 3, which is way back in 2013. The famous actor we know as Iron Man is arguably Robert Downey Jr. He is the most associated person to fit the role as Iron Man, even though he recently had his death from Endgame. He is the most associated with being a hero and the good guy, the knight and the protector. Although, however, he can play the exact opposite type on the top drop of the hat. Now you see, I'm not in my room right now. I'm actually in the bathroom. I'm taking a dump. But okay. Related to this article, Spider-Man No Way Home writers reveal why Robert Downey Jr. did not return as Iron Man. Now, if you want me to talk about that, I can if you want, because I did talk about recently on my channel about how they didn't have Mysterio. So if you want to know more about Iron Man, I can let you know. Let's just keep going. Now the director from Iron Man 3 said to Robert Downey Jr. that they're stepping into a role based on the Parker novels. We know that they were both based on novels based in 1962. Now, again, they are established as a book series as a professional thief who's left for dead and the past associates and spending the rest of life in a novel trying to track down former accomplices. Parker was then summarized in a book series as a murderous, meticulous criminal with a very, very hard edge. Okay, that's not that bad. But given that the novels are actually already adapted films twice, in 1967 Point Blank, starring Lee Marvin, and 1999 Payback, also starring Mel Gibson, also both very, very famous names. The most recent actor to step into the role was Jason Statham in 2013 film Parker. Even though this given many actors able to tackle their roles, Downey Jr. reintroduction in a lot of ways back to the big screens are fascinating to most, if not all, or some. But again, opportunities, guys, opportunities. Again, of course, knowing that the director and Downey Jr. have had such an impact on each other's life and career, having a reunion is very exciting and very nostalgic, given the fact they hadn't been with each other since 2013. Now, they were collaborating back together ever since 2005. They had a movie in 2005 called Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which has showcased Downey Jr. playing a two-bit crook who stumbled in an audition for a mystery film, this Run from the Cops. The pair has worked together in a fact that the director somehow able to tap this in, explore many versatile sides, the endless depths in story where Robert Downey Jr. is as an actor. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was a long, long forgotten film that Robert Downey Jr. claims was responsible for putting him on the map for landing him as a role as Iron Man, even though most people don't know that. But Downey Jr. also credits his friend Black in his film to reach the relaunch and establish his career after it was gone down the gutter because of the battles with his substance abuse. The better way to say, to reunite them to reawaken some of Downey Jr.'s dark side as an actor? Yes, dark sides as an actor. Downey Jr. has remained quite in the shadow since he left the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He just seems he's been even further along, leaning toward the tone of an anti-hero in the next films he plays. Iron Man 3 is also on Disney Plus. Okay, everybody. You want to know you want to know what happens with who's going to be the new Tony Stark in Phase 4? Well, hold on, guys. Let me just put my pants back on because I was in the bathroom. And then I'll go back in my room, sit on my bed, and I can tell you in Phase 4 who becomes the new Iron Man. Okay. You want to know who takes place after Tony Stark as Iron Man in Phase 4 of the Marvel Universe? You want to know? I can tell you. Just hold on a second. Let me just get back on my bed. Okay, so I had to be really, really careful not my computer in the hands when I was sitting on the toilet pot. Now, normally I don't bring my video with me to the toilet pot, but I had to keep talking, so that's the only reason I did. The time check right now is actually 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 47 seconds. Okay, Marvel Phase 4. Who is the new Tony Stark? Tony Stark is a more important character of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Who is going to take his place in Phase 4? This is from last year. So, from the past decade, Tony Stark, Iron Man, has been the voice of Marvel Cinematic Universe since he started the universe in 2008. His conclusion in Endgame recently in 2019 has relaunched his career of Robert Downey Jr. as a talented actor with charisma and ambition. The journey of Tony Stark and Iron Man is over, but who is going to take his place? Okay, Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe already in the way, though, because we just had No Way Home, and now we're soon going to have Doctor Strange. But okay, then there are also characters either older, newer, or more recent, capable of taking the mantles from the great Tony Stark. Of course, there probably is, but taking Stark's place is a very tall order to fill. There are a few candidates who are qualified for this job. Now I want to know what your thoughts about this list is. Okay, Loki, the god of mischief himself, would appear to be a wrong choice considering he's been the villains who has killed the destruction toward humanity. Tony Stark wasn't always perfect either, but he cared more about his interests, though, in his company, Stark Industries. Although he realized the weapons he made his company, used by terrorists, the evil entities we know later in his film, took responsibility in his action, recognizing he can do more to protect his world. Okay, despite already being a villain, Loki has transitioned to a hero because he had more care about humanity. He had love for his brother Thor, just as the people in Asgard. The people in Disney Plus series Loki's even said he took more heroic care and change, especially towards Sylvie, who is a Loki variant. Loki also relates to Stark because both men are very intelligent. They can come up with clever solutions to a complex problem. But even after a widely acclaimed first season of Loki, he needs to be more smarter than even trying to resolve a dilemma concerning the multiverse. Major ongoing conflicts in Marvel Cinematic Universe Phase 4. Loki's already been given that to become a leader, like Tony Stark was for the Avengers, he has to help his brother and Asgard in Thor Ragnarok. Loki can also lead members of TVA in the right path to Season 2 of Loki, even after Sylvie has started the multiverse, causing timeline to malfunction. Another wise choice to take the place of Stark is Shuri. Yeah, Shuri, who also starred in Black Panther. Like Tony, Shuri knows how to use vibranium and technology, work well with machines, and is known for creating cool suits and weapons and gadgets. Again, Shuri has operated that same way Black Panther does with the suits, especially making them absorb kinetic energy. Along with the Black Panther suits, Shuri can also make more technology. not only just to help Wakanda, but the whole world. And this is major concept on the first Black Panther film. Shuri and her brother T'Challa are humanitarian. They ensure the vibranium and advanced technology provides guidance to African ancestors around the world. To all the children in poor communities, they can use the good and form innovative creation. Okay, Tony also has a successful humanitarian philanthropist, as shown from Captain America Civil War. Although, when granted fellowship under the name of students in innovative technology projects, Shuri shares the same passion as Tony does and comes to forming technology that can protect the world. Although we know Peter Parker's Spider Man is another exceptional choice to take for Stark, because Tony was a valuable mentor and father to him, Peter also enjoys the tech and is good in math and science. Peter also used to work alone, though, but when he met Tony and the Avengers in Civil War, he became really much a team player, especially to Doctor Strange, who only just appeared briefly in No Way Home. Peter took Tony's death very hard from Far From Home. He's uncertain if Tom Holland is going to continue to portray Peter after No Way Home. Again, Spider Man character's grown from really young, vulnerable hero to a strong, confident hero. He can be one of the new leaders of the Avengers, though, with the assistance from Doctor Strange, Loki, and Scarlet Witch, and Multiverse Dilemma. The future of the Bruce Banner Hulk is very uncertain. Possible exception to the new She-Hulk series, though. But again, he could take Stark's place since Banner and Tony have been good friends and colleagues since the first film. Stark and Banner have a passion for science and technology. Banner has helped Stark form the Vision to help defeat Ultron. Again, it's also helped Avengers go back in time, form the Never Gauntlet to reverse the Thanos snap in Endgame. Banner has a lot of things he done in story though. Hulk can use more action though. He's also worked well with Doctor Strange in Infinity War. Banner can also be part of solving the multiverse situation and experience the travel to Endgame. Hulk can not only just bring the Avengers together, he could reunite them again, with Loki again, a nemesis who turned into an ally, and Thor, Banner's second best friend. You know, depending on this whether the situation is, we need to have it. And Banner looks really good in a bulky Iron Man suit, most notably the Hulk Buster. Now, as the last result to the Hulk, himself can't physically fight and smash. A major challenge to replace Tony Stark is the godfather of the MCU. Again, Loki, Peter Parker, Bruce Banner, or very qualified. Loki, Peter, and Bruce are really qualified. Shuri is also a good choice. Again, she has intelligence and charisma. She's knowledgeable in technology and in vibranium. Shuri would undoubtedly be a good member to the Avengers, not only in terms of providing technology, but to inspiring women and other people of color to become superheroes. Even people who have disabilities. Just like they've helped the Winter Soldier. He had his arm, and his arm was actually made of vibranium. Actually. Yeah, believe it or not, the arm the Winter Soldier has is made of vibranium. You didn't know that? Look it up. It's true. It's actually true, guys. Winter Soldier's arm is actually made of vibranium. And actually, it is a gift that was given to him by the Black Panther himself. Black Panther actually gave Winter Soldier his arm, even though Winter Soldier was technically responsible for killing Black Panther's dad, even though it was in that attack from the Civil War. Okay, so that's just what's going on as far as with the who could become the new face of the who can become the new face of Phase 4. Again, let me know your thoughts. I think it's really important to know who can be a new follow-up, who can be the next follower, who can lead all the Avengers into the future for Phase 4 and beyond that Phase 4. Again, it's really important, guys, because now since we know Tony Stark is gone, we're going to have someone else fill in his shoes. And there are a couple of choices we just said. So again, let me know which choice you think it should be. I think it's important that you realize there are choices of smart people in the universe. You have Peter Parker, you have Bruce Banner, you have Loki, you have Shuri. Yeah, you have all those people to think of. Again, those are all good choices of people who are smart enough or qualifiable enough to be the next, who can be the next person who could replace Robert Downey Jr. and Tony Stark. Again, let me know your thoughts. Really important. Again, the time check right now is 3 hours and 25 minutes and 43 seconds. Okay, where does this keep going? Yeah, movies and TV. That's where we want in Game Rant. Movies and TV. So, okay, is that be buddies? Alright, everybody, let's keep going. We're just gonna keep going. So, alrighty. You want to know more? You want to know more stuff? Okay. Now, I have talked about this a little bit. I've talked about this maybe only once. I only talked about this only once last year. And I'm about to talk about it to you guys again. Yes, Amazon Prime's video, Cinderella. Yeah, Amazon Prime, Cinderella. I talked about it only once, last year in 2021. If you remember, I talked about it right around the same time I talked about the Splash Mountain controversy. Actually, I talked about those on the same day. Again, you go back down further down my list of videos, you'll find that I did talk about Cinderella, the 2021 Cinderella, the Amazon Prime one. That's what we're going to be visiting again today, here on Game Rant. Okay, Amazon Cinderella has predicted to be a lead for the Oscar Fan Award. Again, fan favorite awards for the Oscars. Amazon Prime films have been the lead charge of Oscar fan favorite category, alongside with some that have failed to earn nominations. This is 10 hours ago, everybody. One of the year's popular films from 2021 was the Amazon Prime original Cinderella, starring Camila Cabello. Again, it has newly established as the Oscars fan favorite category. The revelation of this fairy tale has expected that, with also from most saying that Marvel's Sony Spider-Man No Way Home could take home that prize. But as always the case of the superhero genre, is not always the path to the seamless journey of success. The average viewership of the Academy Awards has dropped significantly through the few years. The awards saw only 23.6 million views. From 2020 dropped from 9.8 million views. Now, the decline continues. The show could be looking at a very low viewership. Few notable faces Academy decision to exclude Spider-Man No Way Home from a picture category, highlighting the film could be critical, rating that dips in audience apathy, equally due to disconnected the Academy's the moviegoer. The Academy introduced the Oscars fan favorite category. To avoid further regressions from the partnerships of Twitter, audiences have the chance to vote for their film of last year. When they come on March the 3rd, they give films that failed to earn a nomination the chance to walk away with an award. Opening looks to maneuver the ways of Spider-Man No Way Home to ceremony, even though it's overwhelmed with popularity. Things do not appear as they go as planned, but any film who's eligible to open that window is the Amazon Prime Cinderella. the Amazon Prime Cinderella, which I talked about only once in the entire time last year on the YouTube channel. Now, again, you have to scroll really far down on my list of videos to find it, but I did talk about it only just once. And here I am, I'm talking about it again. Amazon Prime Cinderella is to be a very sitting place on top of the coveted top spots of the Oscar Awards. Again, Oscar Fan Favorite Awards. Again, according to some insiders keeping track of their votes. Okay, everybody, the Camila Cabello led film with Cinderella has no indication of slowing down or numbers continuing to grow. The stated voting of their category ends on the 3rd of March, and at the moment Cinderella is holding the top. Fans of the actress and the singer have flooded the voting site with the Amazon Prime film. It's earned only a 43% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 41% on Metacritic, but the numbers do not appear to be hindering the film popularity with this reboot of Cinderella, played by the Camila Cabello. Sony has initially had rights to reimagine the fairy tale, but they have sold it off to Amazon. They look to be now upset because Marvel Sony most prized possession of the year can be lost, all because of Cinderella. Okay, in addition to Cinderella, there are some other awards that are up to date. There's also Zack Snyder Justice League, that's also seen some waves of supports. Also, there's also a film with Johnny Depp. Yeah, Oscars is going to be really, really hard this year, guys. So the 10 Best Picture nominations, everyone. This is crazy. But again, physical awards for the victors in the end of the night. Again, the fan favorite titles or just actual nominated. Hopefully the moves to incorporate the fans of viewership is unclear whether the fallout will be with No Way Home Spider-Man. Walking away just empty-handed. The web-swinging hero can break numerous records and continue to climb charts, but can face the defeat of an Amazon film that had a princess. A princess. Yes, a princess. Now, unfortunately, the Academy opened the floodgate to a category, the deal of consequence if the failed attempt to appease the outspoken people of the hero absence of the awards. The 94th Academy Awards is going to air on ABC on March 27th of 2022. Okay, so that is what's going on. Again, Cinderella is now predicted to be leading right now, and it's actually leading over top of Spider-Man No Way Home. Really, really interesting. So the Cinderella with Camila Cabello is now predicted to be leading the run right now with the Oscar Fan Awards. Really interesting. It's even beating out Spider-Man No Way Home. It's really, really weird, guys. But it's what's happening, guys. It's like, what is happening? How can Spider-Man get beat out by a princess? I don't know. It's a small world after all. But I can tell you this. If Spider-Man gets beat out by a princess, man, it'd be one of the biggest embarrassments in Hollywood. I don't know. But, like I said, it's whatever. We're gonna go over to the Collider. We haven't talked on Collider in a long time. So let's go to Collider. Okay, you want to know what's going on with Collider, right? You want to know what's going on with Collider? I can fill you in on what's going on with Collider. Okay, you want to know? I can let you know. You want to know what is leaving HBO Max this month? I can let you know what is leaving HBO Max this month. What is going to be leaving HBO Max this month? Now get ready to lose your socks because this is going to be crazy. What is going to be leaving HBO Max at the end of this month? 5 hours ago. Okay, so plan accordingly. Watch the movies that matter because once they leave, they leave. Now, leaving on February the 11th was Dunkirk 2017, Blade Runner 2049. That actually left on February 28th. It's leaving on February 25th. Epic Movie 2007 is going to be leaving on February 27th. Epic Movie 2007 is going to be leaving on February 27th. So Dunkirk has already left. Blade Runner is leaving on the 25th. And Epic Movie is leaving on the 27th. For February 28th, you want to know the movies that are leaving on February 28th? Now get ready to lose your socks because this is going to be crazy. 13 going on 30. 300 Rise of the Empire. 1968. The 2000s. A Hijacking. A Man Pours Sex and Love Around the World. American Dynasties. The Kennedys. American Style. Amistad. Annabelle Comes Home. Anthony Bourdain, Parts Unknown. Any Given Sunday. Beverly Hills Cop. The first one, the second one, and the third one. Yes, all the Beverly Hills Cops movies are leaving. Yep. Beyond Reasonable Doubt. Brown Sugar. The Bush Years, Family, Duty, and Power. The second Cell movie. Charlotte's Web 2006. Chasing Life with Sanjay Gupta. The Cider House Rules. The CNN special with Trump insurrection. The Color Purple. The original Constantine movie. Cradle to the Grave. Crazy Rich Asians. Crimes of the Century. The Curse of La Llorona. Dead Again. Dead Wife's Club. Season 1. Dear Christmas. Death Row Story Season 1 through 5. Detour 2016. Diaries of Teenage Girls. Disappearance of Alice Creed. Drinking Buddies 2013. The 80s. The End, the Inside of the Last Days of the Obama White House. Event Horizon. Fast Company. Feast of Love. Flawless 2007. Finding Jesus, The Faith, Fact, and Forgery. The First Ladies. Forensic Files 2, Season 1. Fun Size 2012. The Gallows of 2015. Gangs of New York. Giggly. Godzilla the King of the Monsters. The Good German. The Good Heart. The Goonies. The 2013 Great Gatsby. Helen Heartland. What Happened to Ashley and Loria. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. History of Comedy. How It Really Happened Season 1 through 5. How to Deal 2003. Imperium 2016. The Hunt with John Walsh. Independence Day. The Extended Edition. It Chapter 2. Keeping the Faith. Killer Truth. Kong Skull Island. Lady in the Water. Legend of Bagger Vance. Less Than Zero. Lincoln Divided We Stand. Lovelace. Macbeth. Menace to Society. Movie 43. Mo Williams. Storytime Shorts. Movies. Mr. Nobody. Extended Edition. Muriel's Wedding. My Golden Days. National Lampoon. Dorm Days 2. College at Sea. Neverending Story 2. The 90s. The Nun. Nurse 3D. Ocean's 8. 1 Hour Photo, Ouija Origin of Evil, Paddington 2, Parental Guidance, People vs. the Klan, Photograph, Pitch Perfect, Pope, the Most Powerful Man of History, Prime 2005, Prime Prince Avalanche, Race for the White House Season 1, Ready Player One, Redemption Project, Return of the Living Dead, Return to Salem's Lot, Rush Hour 1, 2, and 3, Seeking a Friend to the End of the World, Setting Up, Severance, The 70s, Showdowns in Little Tokyo, Something's Killing Me, Space Cowboys, Stanley Tucci Searching for Italy, Story of Late Night, The Corpse Bride, Tricky Dick, Ultraviolet, United States of America Season 1 through 6, Unmasking a Killer, Valentine's Day, Vegas Vacation, Vengeance Killer Coworkers, Vengeance Killer Lovers, Vengeance Killer Neighbors, Very Scary People Season 1 and 2, Vice 2018, Wendy 2020, We Will Wise, Michelle Obama's Mission to Educate Girls Around the World, Where the Wild Things Are, The Windsors, Inside the Royal Dynasty, The Wonder List with Bill Burr, Zombieland. Okay, those are all the movies that are going to be leaving. Those are all the movies that are going to be leaving this month on February for HBO Max. It's your last chance to watch all those movies. If you haven't watched those movies, or if you plan to watch those movies, you have to watch them soon, because most of them are going to be leaving on the very last day of this month. On the 28th of February is where most of the titles are leaving. Again, we already had Dunkirk leave, Blade Runner 2049 is leaving on the 25th, Epic Movies leaving on the 27th, and pretty much all the rest of the movies on this list are leaving on the end of the month, the 28th. Okay, so I read a large list, and those are all the movies we know, or at least we hear, are going to be leaving on HBO Max this month. Okay, just thought you should know what's going on, but those are the movies that are leaving HBO on February. Okay, let's go Collider back to the homepage and go back, because it's been a while since we visited Collider. Alright, everybody, let's keep going. Alrighty. Alright, you want to know more? Okay. So, we're just looking to see if there's stuff. We're still looking for stuff. We're still looking. Yes, we're still looking. Yeah, we're still looking. Okay, everybody. You want to know more about Thor: Love and Thunder? I can let you guys know about more of Thor: Love and Thunder. New Thor: Love and Thunder items from Lego and Hasbro have hinted at plot details, costume, and location. All aboard the Goat Boats. This is 9 hours ago. This summer, Chris Hemsworth will return for his movie Thor: Love and Thunder, where many fans are waiting a little longer for a film. and trailers and poster because there's merchandise now released by Lego and Hasbro. New toys have given fans excited things about. Specifics of these new toys and the new film are kept under wraps. Details are not known yet, but people are very excited for Thor's next adventure. Tidbits are saying that Natalie Portman is returning. Also, Christian Bale is actually playing a villain. Also, we know the Lego sets for Thor Love and Thunder teased that a major setup for a piece in the film on a set called the Goat Boats, which is basically a huge Viking boat which is pulled by two goats. Characters of Lego, we know the Thor, the Mighty Thor, King Valkyrie, Korg, and Gore. Those are just some characters that actually give hints at the characters in the film. Inclusion from the set, we know Korg is returning because director Taika Waititi has a bigger role in the film. Korg is a surprise breakout character from Thor Ragnarok. She's also had a small scene from Endgame. But to see that Tessa Thompson Valkyrie is also holding on to the title to be New Asgard. And Moss Universe is holding the comics true, as the Jane Foster will become the new Mighty Thor. Even Christian Bale's Gore the God Butcher, even if the Lego form. It's supposed to be interesting. Lego's Thor hammer set will make you wield the power of Mjolnir. Now, if you want to know more about that, I'll let you know that in the future. But yeah, let's keep going. Next, Hasbro is bringing some addition to their Titan Hero series and a role play of toys, as you'd expect from the film. Now, Titan Hero series are saying you get action figures of Hemsworth Thor, Mighty Thor, Korg, and some others. But again, the figures give a glimpse of the character in their new look in the film. Portman character in the new Mighty Thor is here. Additionally, fans can get a look at interesting details of battle effects role plays from Mighty Thor. For Ragnarok, Thor's hammer Mjolnir was destroyed, leaving many fans wondering how the Thor will get a hammer. Again, a question answered by a figure and a toy. Seems the hammer is full of cracks, implying Thor's original hammer has been put back together somehow. The Mighty FX Mjolnir and a Stormbreaker toy are being added to the Battle FX roleplay line. Both those items will make noise when you swing them. You can also watch the Thor Love and Thunder when it hits trailers and theaters very, very soon. It hits the theaters on July the 8th of 2022. You can take a look at some of these photos exclusively here on Collider. You can see a sneak peek at some of the toys below. You can actually see a sneak peek at these toys if you go to Collider under 411 Thunder Toys. Okay, you got Jane Foster's Mighty Thor. You got Thor. Again, you have Korg. You also got Stormbreaker. And you also got Mjolnir. Again, Mjolnir's back. Again, it has cracks again. Also, you got the Lego set, the Goat Boats. The Goat Boat is actually a Viking ship that's pulled by goats. It actually includes 5 minifigures. Mighty Thor. It has Mighty Thor, Valkyrie, Korg, and Gore. Has Gore the God Butcher, as Korg has Valkyrie, Thor, and the Mighty Thor. All in the Goat Boat. Really cool. Also, you can see a back picture of the box too. A front picture of the box of the Lego set and the back picture box of the Lego set. I think it's really cool. But again, I'm going to be saving these photos. Yeah, I'm going to save the photos. I'm going to save the photos. Again, I'm going to save the photos. I'm going to save all the photos. Every single toy, I'm saving the photo. Because that is what I like to do. Sometimes if there's something really awesome, I like to save it on my folders. And what's really cool, you actually got Stormbreaker and Mjolnir. You actually have them both. And you have Thor and the Mighty Thor. Again, we want to make sure we save all the images of all the new toys for the new Thor movie. That is what we're trying to do. And in case you want to know how many pieces the Lego set has, the Lego set for the new movie has 564 pieces. 564 pieces, guys. The new Lego set for the movie Thor has 564 pieces. It is so awesome. Very, very awesome. Yeah, it's really awesome. Yeah, it actually has really good images. Very good images. I'm saving all the images because I'm going to use them later. Okay, I saved all the images. At least I think so. So now we're going back to the home page of Collider because Collider has a lot of awesome stuff we have to catch on with. There's a lot of neat stuff added to Collider that had slipped under my nose. So we're going to see whatever neat stuff there is. Okay. You want to know more stuff on Collider? I can let you guys know what's happening with Collider. We just have to see whatever stuff there is. We're looking. Yes, we're looking. Okay, we're looking. Yes, we're looking. Yes, we're looking. You want to know the most interesting Galadriel facts you know from the original Lord of the Rings? Yes, the most interesting Galadriel facts you didn't know from the Lord of the Rings. Yes, Sauron has feared Galadriel, who is also known as Arwen's grandmother. Yeah, you know the Elf Queen. You know the Queen of the Elves, Galadriel. The Galadriel is the Elf Queen, the Queen of the Elves, seen from the Lord of the Rings films. Kate Blanchett in Lord of the Rings has dangerously played the omniscient Queen of the Elves, Galadriel, from Lothlorien. She's had a huge impact on plots of the film, perhaps one of the most significant from the Fellowship of the Ring. The films have overall made her an appropriate, mysterious character of the Elf Queen. Though she's not as present in the front line in the battle, though, the Battle of Black Gate, you remember in Return of the King. But again, her influence and wisdom have presented throughout the story as an invisible force, also inspiring Frodo, the soldier on, and advise him the significant moments for the quest of the ring. While this effect of the powerful, secluded queen is appropriate to mention to the movies in Lord of the Rings movies, inspired by the books too, Galadriel's presence in the events of Lord of the Rings was only just a coda to the long significant life and development of Middle-earth. We know Middle-earth has extensive history by J.R. Tolkien himself, given that his son, Christopher Tolkien, took over for J.R. Tolkien. Again, little known fact if you don't know. Again, her characters remain understandably distant through the times in the Rings of Power. Again, Galadriel is in a prominent role. Audiences finally might see her again in the history of Middle-earth. The scope of a new TV series is now out, guys. The Second Age of Middle-earth is now just to tell her story. Stretches from the beginnings of the First Age of Middle-earth, now to the Second Age of Middle-earth. But we all know that when we find a series that finally hit the scene in September, Tolkien's fervor writing is thankfully done by the Lady of Lothlorien. We know Lothlorien. And then in mind, we have to keep in mind 7 things about Galadriel history we were not told about in the movies. Arwen was actually her granddaughter. Yes, Arwen was her granddaughter. One of the things that's understaken is Arwen, because Arwen is the granddaughter. Now, one thing is touched on by some of the films, or at least some of the Hobbit films, was Arwen. You know Arwen. Now, one thing that's noted, yeah, Arwen is the daughter again. Again, she had brothers also, but she's actually Lothlorien and was made decision to marry Aragorn, and was visiting her grandmother in a time where Aragorn had passed through. Also mean that Hugo Weaving is 9 years older than Blanchard, which also portrayed the mother-in-law from the film. She's rejected the most powerful elf of the earth. Do you know that? Yeah, Galadriel has played subtle but significant roles in the First Age of Middle-earth. And as well, guys, the great dramas from the First Age is caused by the Cimmerian. You know the Cimmerian. It is actually based on the jewels of Middle-earth. The Dark Lord we know Morgoth. Those jewels are found by the elf Fëanor. With skills of the world, of fiery personalities inspired by armies of elves to leave blissful home in blessed realms, they swear vengeance against Morgoth. Amongst the deities of Middle-earth, the Valor, and along the way, Untimely, the ultimate, also made to be brought to a curse down upon himself and the people. Again, we know itself in a testament to the force of a personality, such compelling leader to the which brought down to disaster. Yes, one area was Fëanor was unsuccessful, however, was the advance to Galadriel. 3 times he asked her to single strand her golden hair, but 3 times rejected him. According to one version of their story, this precisely encountered that Fëanor was from the Cimmerian in the first place. We know it means from the great dramas of the First Age, partially due to Galadriel's transcendent beauty and force of her character, and rendered her to a far greater significance from her free hair from Gimli, as later asked for her to have just one. She's actually banned from returning to the West. Yep, she's banned from returning to the West. Galadriel has a youth that is strangely murky from the exploration of Tolkien's writing. There isn't exactly a film story or sequel to follow. Author revised it many times, and again unclear which version to be definitive. Nonetheless, the one version of her story was she actually was banned from returning to the West. This was due to questionable roles because revolt of Fëanor. This led the elves from the Blessed Realm, betrayed some of her people along the way. Exodus from Fëanor and his people culminated the battle fought the elves themselves, remembered from the annals of Middle-earth in the first Kingslaying. Galadriel's role in the Kingslaying was no authoritative definition. Tolkien's toyed with that idea of fighting on both sides in the battle, point or another. Regardless of her involvement, she's offered the pardon for her action for Valor themselves. Her involvement, however, she refused and left the Blessed Realm anyway. Followed her people, result she was banished and never allowed to return to the Blessed Realm. This ban was only lifted by Valor as forgiveness for the fact that she resisted temptation of the ring when it was presented to her. She traveled through Khazad-dûm. Yes, she sure did. One of the more charming elements of Galadriel, seen from the books and films, was that she saw the mutual distrust of the elves and the dwarfs. This seemed to affect almost every other character in the story. Now, she reprimanded her husband and all attitude toward the dwarfs. Her kindness moves in the heart of Gimli. Greater appreciation to the elves as well. Partial historical reasons for this, but due to the fact she lived through periods of Middle-earth history with elves and dwarfs, more in better terms, one of the more remarkable things she did was she traveled through the dwarf kingdom of Khazad-dûm. Twice. She is extremely uncommon for elves to do such this, but it's only been a mutual distrust by simply because the elves love trees and growing things in the night sky, to shun the dark and close halls under the earth where dwarfs live. Apparently, Galadriel did not only travel there, but she also enjoyed her experience comforting Gimli from the Fellowship of the Ring. Comments that the dark is the water that Caled Zalim, the cold and springs of Kimla Nali, as fair as the many-pillared halls of Khazad-dûm in elder days. In elder days. Now in falls the mighty kings beneath the stones. She was actually given her ring of power by the ringmaker herself. Okay, Now, forging the Rings of Power from the Second Age of Middle-earth was the focus of the new TV series. Sauron in disguise played as a Tetris game in the Forging the Rings. An elf named Celebrimbor has devastated when he found Sauron's created the Master Ring that dominated the others. Galadriel had then advised him what the Elven Rings ordered to preserve them the domination in the Dark World. Now, Celebrimbor has consequently given her the ring Nenya, which is eventually used to preserve and enchant the realm of Lothlorien. She wasn't ruling Lothlorien all that long. Yeah, isn't that weird? She wasn't ruling Lothlorien all this long. All that long time, being a relative term here, meaning that only about 1,000 years. Galadriel came to oversee the land of Lothlorien and Celeborn relatively late in her life, taking over the precious ruler in the year 1981 in the Third Age. Since the events of Lord of the Rings took place over the decade of the 3000s, yes, the Third Age, Galadriel has been in Lothlorien barely 1,000 years in the point, which, yeah, puny lifespans for mortals, but not terribly long for an immortal elf. Contrast though, she's married to Celeborn in the First Age, meaning the first time that she's actually Lord of the Rings, they've been married for a better part of 7,000 years. Yep, Sauron had feared her. Yes, Sauron has feared her. Part of the interplay from this interesting story of the Rings of Power was the interaction between Sauron and Galadriel. Tolkien has also said the significant notes say that they must have met at some point because both interacted with Celebrimbor a great deal in the time forging the ring. Now again, among Tolkien's commentaries in the notes, however, the statements say Sauron himself saw her as his equal, consequently worried that she might and could do as she chose. The author said the last remaining of the great among the High Elves, from the Third Age, consequently was the one person Sauron had feared the most, out of all the enemies of the War of the Rings. Now again, we have yet to see that from the story of the new series though, but again, Galadriel has clearly had nuanced the complex story still ripe in her mind for central character from any adaptation of Tolkien work. Okay, everybody, so those are 7 interesting things you probably didn't know about Galadriel. Again, some interesting facts you probably didn't know about Galadriel from the original Lord of the Rings. Okay, yeah, really pretty cool stuff, guys. Really cool stuff. Again, the time check right now is 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 46 seconds. Yep, we're definitely gonna hit our goal. We're definitely gonna meet our goal. Yes, we're meeting our goal. We're definitely meeting our goal. This is gonna be one of the freaking longest videos ever. Actually, it will be the longest video ever. Yes, it's gonna be the longest video ever. It's gonna be longer than my other 4-hour video, which is only 4 hours and 7 minutes and 17 seconds. This is gonna be even longer. Yes, it's gonna be even longer, making it the new longest video on channel Daniel Hutchins. And believe it or not, my computer is still pretty good. It has an hour and 11 minutes of battery charge. It's actually very good. Man, this is good. Yeah. Now, if you guys want me to do more 4-hour live streams, you have to let me know. Otherwise, I'll just do them kind of occasional. I might do an occasional 4-hour live stream here and there. But it's not going to be like an every night deal. It's going to just be like one of those things you only do like once in a good moon. But like I said, right, everybody, we are trying to look for some more things. Yes, we are looking for more things. We are looking for more things. Yeah, we are trying to look for more things. Yes, we're still looking. Yes, we're still looking. We're still working. We're still working. Yes, we're still working. We're still working. We're still working. There's a lot of stuff on here. We're looking. Okay. We're still looking. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, everybody. Did you know there's actually an untitled Star Wars series that's gonna possibly happen? Yes, there's an untitled Star Wars series that's gonna be that's getting some ice by John Watts. Yes, an untitled Star Wars series getting eyed by John Watts to direct. This is from 2 days ago, everyone. The series is going to reportedly tied to the High Republic, the publishing initiative. This is a series, untitled Star Wars series, getting eyed by director John Watts. Okay, everybody. You want to know more about this untitled series of Star Wars? Okay. Now, again, with the very critical success of The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, it will come as no surprise the Star Wars galaxy is continuing to expand from Disney Plus. Earlier in the month, Production Weekly has revealed an untitled Star Wars series heading into production under the work title Grammar Rodeo. In new reports by Discussion Films, suggesting the series is working to secure Sony Spider-Man No Way Home director John Watts another episode. Yeah, another episode. Now, trusted sources say, previously informed that Star Wars is looking to create a live-action series geared to a younger audience to potentially tie the recent multimedia rollouts of the Star Wars High Republic era. Yeah, the High Republic. The primary publishing-based initiatives. Again, this will push a jump to the video game realm from the Tales of the Galaxy's Edge. It's also previously announced that there is a previously announced Star Wars game called Star Wars Eclipse. It's possible that Grammar Rodeo is also an unknown Mandoverse project, considered also by Jon Favreau, who's also attached to this to produce it. Cinelinx also broke a story of a kid-focused High Republic era story in production this month. Yes, everybody. Yeah. So before the Illuminati had reported this cast and breakdown of this new series, the two trusted sources we say were Kylie and, and Faye, with me saying signaling the casting would be completed by early May. An announcement would likely become on a Star Wars celebration we know on Star Wars Day, bearing production delays, saying that reports include two additional characters, Wyatt and Ned. Castings from these actors between the ages of 11 and 12. Four series regulars. So likely those four characters will be Padawans, though it's unclear if those new characters will live action or character in book series. Productions of this new series are looking to cast 30 to 40-year-old actors in series regular roles, with sources also indicated they're looking for recognizable names to their character. Okay, series by Cinelinx has also called Stranger Things in Space. They'll also start filming, and start is June. Now, production is slated to wrap in December if they link up this deal with John Watts, the director, and also possible this can be shooting a pilot in the time and involvement lines he had considering success with Spider-Man trilogy. Successfully focusing on a cast of young characters to extraordinary situation, while it's unknown who is involved in the project of the High Republic series. Reports are saying and sources are saying suggested that one of the authors behind the series will be working in the series, and it appears to either be The Mandalorian isn't the only Star Wars story that is keen to expand across the small and the large screen. Yes, or as we should hear, we don't know what's going to happen, but that is what we know so far as with the rumors, as far as there being a High Republic series. I think it's going to be really awesome. I think the idea that there's going to be a High Republic series is going to be really freaking awesome. But again, let me know your thoughts about the rumors surrounding with the Untitled series. We know with the uncovered secrets of the High Republic series. Again, let me know. It's really interesting. So if you know anything about it, let me know. Let's keep going. Yes, let's keep going. Let's just keep going. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm probably only gonna play Sesame Street probably only to like 11:30. Cause like I said, I could watch it pretty much anytime I want on HBO. So once 11:30 comes, I'm probably gonna switch Sesame Street over and put something else on TV because I watched it on Sunday. So I'm probably gonna freaking do something else besides Sesame tonight. I'm also trying to finish up the Proud Family movie, which I think I almost have that done almost. I'm finishing that up just in time before the new series hits on Wednesday. Again, that's all just stuff I'm doing on the sideline. Again, all right, everybody. We're gonna keep going. We're just gonna see if there's more stuff to talk about. There's always good stuff to talk about on these websites. We have to freaking find something else. I have to see if there's something else. Oh my gosh. You want to know more about the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser? Yeah, I can let you guys know more about the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser in Hollywood Studios. Yeah, Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser attraction also has a trailer that teases the character appearances, the timeline details, and a look inside their hotel. The experiences you can see of the Star Wars Galactic Cruiser is now set in the same time period as the Galaxy's Edge in Hollywood Studios. Yes, only 2 weeks until the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser opens. Now, it seems everyone's anxious awaiting for the hotel's immersive experience. It's noted, though, that Disney is trying to look fresh for the hotel with new promo videos detailing the fictional ship history, with sneak peek of the hotel interior with a dining room, lobby, and cabins. So in November of last year, Disney had released the first promo video with the hotel starring the Goldbergs and executive producers and Imagineering taking small tours through the hotel's hallways in the peak of entertainment option. Videos have faced immediate backlash from fans saying the famous notable star characters quickly removed their video. Copies are easily found across the internet. Fans have cried or certainly heard, but this new video gives actual look in the room, train activities, and more depth information about character appearances. Okay, clips about this resort will play in a conversation between Walt Disney Imagineer Travis Feinstein and Matt Martin, creative executives for Lucasfilm's franchise content strategies. Again, the two discuss the Hal the Halcoran Star Cruiser and their connection to the film and the subsequent Star Wars land in Disney Hollywood Studios. Passengers can come to the Star Cruiser today, they say. They're going to discover a holocron, and they're recently restoring the former glory that we say that you can guests can stay and take place between The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker, as they tease the appearance of Kylo Ren and Rey. That'll be pretty cool. Again, everybody, Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is an immersive hotel experience that's going to transport your guest far, far away. During their stay, guests will engage in lightsaber bridge training. Again, lounge performances and alien singers and Galaxy Edge called the Bantu, dedicated launch pods and as Earth call them buses. Now, guests are also encouraged to interact with the staff and characters on the ship. The Uncover Rebel sequence on the way. As your passenger, you are to choose your own path, they say. Will you join the resistance or would you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? Everything you want. Okay, everything you could possibly want. In preparation for a March 1st opening, Disney is releasing a comic book series based around the Holocron's century-old history. The first trip to the Batu, the involvement of several notable characters from the franchise, and courting some Imagineers, Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is the next step to immersive experience at Walt Disney World guests can do in a must-do trip for Star Wars fans across all ages. You can check out a hotel promo trailer below. You can actually also watch it on YouTube. It's actually pretty cool. Alright. But again, that's going to be a video I can watch later. I can go back to the article and just play the video from that later. But okay. We're going to talk about more stuff. Talk about more stuff. Again, this is going to be the longest video ever. The longest video ever. The longest video ever. This is going to be the longest video ever. I'm going to break the world record of longest video on channel Daniel Hutchins, which is my channel that I've had for about 6 or 7 years now. I've been making videos on my channel for about 6 or 7 years now. But you probably might not notice that unless you're actually a long-time subscriber. You probably won't realize that. But if you're very new to the channel, you probably would not realize that. I've been making videos for like 5 or 6 years. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna keep going. Yes, we'll keep going. We're looking. Yes, we're looking. Yeah, we're looking. We're looking. Okay, everybody. The last thing we're going to talk about in this video is going to be Peacemaker one last time in this discussion. And I'll talk about Peacemaker again probably in future discussions. So Peacemaker has a 10-minute gag reel which will make you feel like you're part of the cast. There are a reel of bloopers with forgotten lines, endless laughter, and typical Peacemaker shenanigans. One of the bright spots from 2022 so far was the spin-off series Peacemaker. We know the glorious return of John Cena as his character and the creative mastermind James Gunn behind the camera. Peacemaker Season 1 has been nothing but hilarious television. You know this if you've seen it. Again, it's come some of the characters that, again, Gunn has been taking to Twitter to honor President's Day weekend to release this 10-minute gag reel from the series. You can actually watch it for yourself if you really felt like it. Again, as one would imagine from this absurd show, the reel is full of forgotten lines, explicatives, endless laughter, and things that are too inappropriate to be written about. This whole cast, including Cena, Jennifer Holland, Freddie Stroma, Daniel Brooks, Robert Patrick, Steve Agee, and Chagwiti Awiji, are featured in the video. Some highlights I've also reeled include Cena being unable to control his laughter during vigilante torture scenes, Mel making fun of his false teeth, somebody pretending to be Eagly from the blue screen scene, and Christopher Herondale doing what can be described as weird bird calls. Okay, videos also include previously released gags with Cena rattling off a bunch of names during infamous Episode 5 rants, including Stroma and Gunn. However, arguably the funniest things to ever come out of a gag reel is Cena saying to Holland, that Smith is not Peacemaker's real last name. His real last name is Asshats. Peacemaker came of the long line of hat makers, who's happened to make hats that look like butts. Peacemaker has finally recounted his great-grandfather journey that changed the family name, and he humorously called him Haberdashery. The gag reel ends with a montage showing off the entire cast's fun camaraderie. The last minute footage also shows Soleil's moments of Peacemaker helmet falling apart, a scene that hits the camera during his iconic underwear dance on episode 1. The 10 minutes of beautiful stupidity taught us everything we know about Peacemaker, how wonderful and how funny it is, how amazing this entire cast and crew truly is, and truly are, because only trained professionals can make this through a ridiculous insanity that we know filming Peacemaker Season 1. However, in all your seriousness, you have to feel the endlessly loving bond of everyone making this incredible series. Peacemaker blended so well, so many class and tone together. So, in the hands of everyone other than Gunn, this series might have fared, but in part of the reason the show actually worked well. It had charming, instantly lovable cast. The reel is simply shows that has everything and it happens you have a perfect cast and crew work together. Season 1 of Peacemaker is so uniquely magical, hilarious, and euphoric. Experience this gag reel is something that makes the wait for season 2 this much harder. You can make you can watch the whole gag reel below. You can stick on Collider on more latest news on the Peacemaker. But I'm going to be talking about Peacemaker probably another day. But again, James Gunn has just recently tweeted on his Twitter page. He said, "Have a great President's Day weekend, everybody. Here is a gift from Team Peacemaker, the official hashtag Peacemaker gag reel at HBO Max at DC Peacemaker." Yep, you can watch it there. It's really cool. But I'm going to probably check James Gunn Twitter stuff probably later. But again, this is a wrap, guys. Yes, this is a wrap. This is a wrap of another 4-hour live stream. Yes, a wrap of another 4-hour live stream. So I figured I'd close it off with a pretty sweet note on the end. But again, guys, let me know what your thoughts are of all my content I shared in this live stream. And I'll probably, I might do a short late night video. I don't know. I might do a late night video. Because, like I said, it's only like 10 o'clock right now. I might be doing a late night video, but it might just be one of the shorter late night videos. But okay, I'll see you guys in the next video, and I'll see you all around later. Bye.